you not after me after it's last month?
So signed today, and picked up Saturday. Okay, that's what I was saying.
So were you
Yeah.
after the work and the?
It's already on there.
Good morning. Welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for May 6, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order at 9:04. First up is approval of the agenda. I was informed that B6 is not needed to be on here, might come back another time, but for today we don't need it. So I got the head nod from Director Kruger about that. So I would look for a motion to approve the agenda with B6 removed. It's probably the best way to go. From Councillor Estes, all in favor? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to our round table. Councillor Kendall, did you have anything for the round table this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to, I guess it's Public Works, who installed the porta potties at the hamlet of Millerville. I can't think of anything else, so thanks for that.
Okay, Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Foothills County. Work has begun on the Dunbow Road detour for the roundabout on 2nd Street. So excited about that, and hopefully everybody can be patient with the crew there for the next 5 months or so until it's completed. And I look forward to the completion of the roundabout.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. Nothing to add from Division 5 other than a personal note. I woke up to about 90 head of elk standing in my corral this morning. Because I had left the gate open last night after driving the pastures and so we had my corrals are about 6.5 feet tall, steel posts and cable. So there was no jumping, so they drove around circles for an hour before they found the gate again. But yeah, a little excitement on my place, but other than that, it's all good in Division 5. Thanks for all the work you guys do.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you and good morning. The only thing for open session is I just like to draw attention to another accident that occurred at Highway 22 and Curtis Valley Road. And we have been trying to leverage that bridge project to get done. So I just want to let everyone know that there is yet another accident there. It's quite serious. So someone got T-boned coming across Curtis Valley Road. So just to let you know, and if that could get back on the radar again, somehow I know it was on a list and we never ended up having the meeting, but if we can just continue on our efforts to see, perhaps we could even make an inquiry with Mr. Davidson about where that project is at. That's okay to do that part. And then that's everything for now. Thank you for all the work. I've seen a lot of work going on in Division 4. Thank you.
Sorry, that was an update from who? Mr. Davidson, did you say?
I'm asking if we could get an update from Mr. Davidson, the Southern Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors representative, Darren Davidson.
Okay.
Just if that's okay, just to ask him. I know there's other things that we just haven't had a chance to meet. So.
Sounds good. Thank you. For myself, just had one question about streetlights, like illumination lights. So I think this is probably Director Kruger. If there's a dark intersection and lots of traffic and a need for an illumination light coming off of a Alberta Transportation Road, what's the process on getting that done?
So if it's at a highway intersection or any intersection, you can do an illumination warrant study to determine it's a traffic impact assessment that includes illumination warrant to determine if streetlights are warranted there. So it's something we could look into if you want to let us know what intersection it is.
Okay, that would be the one going into the Ag Society, the High River Ag Society. You caught me at the word study. So are we talking a difficult study or like a,
So one thing for that one I can mention, I know we're very close to the threshold for signalization at that intersection. And as soon as you hit that signalization warrant, it immediately warrants illumination as well. And that's a lot of words, but both of those go hand in hand. So I would, we could reach out to the consultant who did that, so they already have the numbers, and see if they could run a quick illumination warrant, if council would like that.
okay, so the consultant that did that, when was that done?
So we had that one updated last summer, I believe, when we did that signalization warrant there. Like I said, for signalization, you need, it's a points based, you need 100. We're at 97. So we're right at that threshold, and just looking at the numbers, there's a good chance it already warrants illumination, but that study has not been done. But all the data I believe that you need for that is already within that report. They just need to add to it. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I guess as a starting point, might be interesting to see that if you could, I'm sure I've got that report, but if you could refresh it.
For sure, I can send that to council, and we can always ask the consultant just a question too on what it would take to update that to include illumination.
Okay.
Okay.
That'd be good. Thank you. That's all I had. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and good morning, Foothills County. I have nothing for Division 2 and thank you for all your hard work.
Okay, let's go to our departments. Mr. McLean, you got any updates for us?
Good morning, Foothills County. No updates, just our crews are all working and starting with the road maintenance, so they're all out and about. Yeah, and that's all I have to add. Thank you.
And Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no updates this morning. Thank you.
Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. And for ASB, we're kind of transitioning into mowing grass and working in parks right now. We still are cutting the odd tree down. The chem shed is almost ready, just a few finishing touches. And so we'll be selling our strychnine out of there. And so that's still, the only thing that we've heard on that is that there's training online right now. So I'm still answering a few calls. So you can do a 30-minute training session online. And a couple of questions, knowledge questions, and that's it for that. Yeah, the concrete pad is also poured, and the little bit of renovation in the shed is also done. So everything's looking pretty cool and nice there. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Any type of security on the chem shed?
Currently, the only security is just it's locked and it's got a sign on it that says "Don't go in here." So yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah, it's a good question. There is no at the site there isn't any security in any of the buildings right now. There's cameras, so we can watch and see later if something happened, but there's no security like that there right now. So
Okay, thanks. Manager Porter.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Council. I don't have much of an update other than, yes, our parks and that are starting to get utilized with the change in the weather. ASB is assisting in that with going around. We did a hazard assessment and they're just sprucing up a few deficiencies that we had, and then we'll be ready for the season. I also have items B4 and B5 that I'll need to be in attendance for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Solney.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. I do have an update on our fire risk status. Foothills County has moved to an advisory due to the current conditions. Our regional partners, Rocky View is actually at a ban right now. Willow Creek's at an advisory. Vulcan County's an advisory. Calgary Forestry is reporting high fire danger in their area with no restrictions in place. And they've also reported that there's no active wildfires in the area. And again, we'll keep an eye on conditions, and if conditions change, we'll recommend the changes needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Director Stapley.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple updates for you this morning. Enforcement Services Summer Bylaw Officer started this week, so he is now working with us. And our practicum student for the summer begins today as well. So they'll be working hard to get the traffic counters out and the speed trailers deployed with the nice weather to do some education on speeds and traffic concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any questions, so thank you all for joining us. Sorry, before you go, Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the delay. Mr. Stapley, will that student also be working on the sign issues?
Through the
bane-
chair to Council.
bane of my
Alger,
existence.
yes, they'll have lots of time for that as well, I'm sure.
Sorry?
They'll have lots of time for that, I'm sure, as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Unless you have something on the agenda, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's start on our items. Let's go to B1, 2026 road event, branch out bike tour. Deputy Director Stapley, page 3 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this road event is a new event for Foothills County. It is the 15th annual event hosted by the Branch Out Neurological Foundation. Previous events have been held in BC. This will be the first one in Alberta. They anticipate 250 cyclists beginning and ending their ride at Millerville Racetrack. They have 3 different routes that were included on approximately 40, 80, and 100-kilometer routes where the bikes will do a tour. It is occurring on June 13th with some arriving June 12th at the Millerville Race Society, where they will have a camp in the Race Society infield, I believe it is. The roads were listed, the maps were provided. We have provided feedback and the association has been very receptive and provided comments and changes as we requested. We are still waiting to see an Alberta transport permit from Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors and proof of insurance. The report says it was expected April 30th. The last I heard, we're now expecting it by the end of this week. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I tried to make sense of the map and it looks like it's Division 3, 4, and 5 where this is taking place. And I noticed that you were asking for additional signage, and I do want to draw attention in particular to the Plumbers Road and Highway 22, as this is a very busy weekend. It's a Saturday. And I think this is really important that somehow it's monitored, because that crossing and perhaps even the Plumbers onto Highway 762 might be a hazard. So where they're going from these roads, which are going to be very busy because it's a Saturday, their event may also coincide with a lot of people. We call it the pickup league. So there could be just a lot of people that decide to come out that day, and then that's going to impact, because they've chosen a Saturday, a weekend day, and also market day. The traffic on Highway 22 going to a market is quite significant. So it depends, and it looks like they're coming the evening before, and then their full day is on the June 13th for all of their different routes. So those crossover areas, I'm just quite concerned that they are dealt with in a way. Other concern is 192nd Street. There's a lot of issues with visibility on 192nd Street, and there's been previous incidents where people have actually driven off the road, cyclists have driven off the road and hurt themselves in a couple of locations on 192nd Street. So there's no shoulder. We also have the likelihood of some bits and remaining gravel on the road. So if they can be, their attention can be drawn to that. I know they said they were going to sweep the area, like look at it before they do the event, but I also would suggest that they make the riders aware that our roads may have some loose bits and pieces on there because they're using Racetrack Road as well. And then 192nd Street tends to have some fragmentation of the road. So just to let everyone know, and then when they're coming on like 242 Avenue and Plumbers Road and heading out that way, there's a chance of some there as well. So I just wanted to draw attention to that and really caution that this is on a Saturday.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to follow up on that, what Councillor Oles said, I would also just say Plumbers Road itself, although I don't think is frequented by motorcycles as much, it is a very curvilinear road, hard to see, lots of bumps. But my big concern would be from Plumbers Corner going south on 762 due to the big hills. There's two kind of blind hills there, and the motorcycles love that stretch because that's like a 4 mile stretch where they really go. So I would say the cyclists' lives would kind of be in peril on that particular stretch as well. And of course, on certain areas of 549, but that one in particular. But anyways, yeah. And being that these people it's their inaugural one, obviously they're picking it for a reason, but just, yeah, just a cautionary note that, as Councillor Earl said, it is a Saturday and that's when the tourists are out.
Councillor Elder?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just noticed in their safety procedures that our goal is to put on the best event possible and give our participants the best event experience we can. That's in a couple of areas within this letter, but I would emphasize that we want to give our residents the best experience. They want to give our residents the best experience they can, so we don't have a conflict that way. That's probably just something that needs to be mentioned to the leader there. And also, Mr. Stapley, on page 27 and 28, I see a Premier Canada. Is that not the liability insurance?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, I believe that was a quote for the insurance,
Okay.
but not the actual proof of insurance.
Not confirmed yet. Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Deputy Vole?
Sure, just forgot one thing. The other intersection, of course, is Highway 549 and 192nd Street as they leave the racetrack. So just that area is going to be quite congested. And I just wonder if since they're camping at MRAS at the racetrack there, have they coordinated that intersection with them? And is there going to be perhaps traffic help on that day? Maybe they might consider something to coordinate. I guess it just depends on how they expect the flow of the cyclists to, maybe they move all at once and are all out and about, but then, perhaps coming back, I just can't see how a cyclist is going to function very well with a full lineup going to the market and leaving the market. So just a thought. Thank you.
Deputy Director Stapley, just there's been a lot of concerns expressed. So how do these concerns get taken forward?
So through the chair to the floor, if we can reach out to the organizer of the event and bring up all the concerns that have been brought forward, we can ask about what their plan is for traffic control at some of these larger intersections and monitoring of them and see what they come back with. It would be up to council whether or not you would look to approve this or if you would choose to put it off and let us reach out to them for the next week and see if we can get more information back from the organizers.
Deputy Vole?
I'd be in favor of the delay because I think those pinch points and Councillor Alger's comment on making the experience good for our citizens as well. I think it's a really valid point, and there could be a lot of impacts being it's on a Saturday. So wouldn't mind having you come back to us with that. I don't know that we need the full agenda package again, if you don't have to repeat that, but just come back with a reminder or a re-ignition of it somehow. Don't know if you agree with that or not, but I just would like to see the answers. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So did MRAS get alerted to this as well, like the organizers?
So through the chair to Councillor Kendall, they actually have a contract with MRES to utilize part of their facility. They had to actually rent it to be there.
Okay, so on page 4, we do have a proposed motion to review and accept the report and support the use of the roads, but I'm sounding like perhaps a postponement to next week. So I just look, what direction do we want to go? Counselor Kendall.
I would give you that motion to postpone it for more information till next council meeting. Is that the right wording?
Yep, you bet, till next week. Okay, so we have that motion from Counselor Kendall to postpone this till next week for more information. And I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B2, 26-27 gravel crushing program award of tender, page 29 of our agenda. Public Works, Mitchell and Gallant. Thank you for joining us today. Take it away.
Good morning, Foothills County and Council. The purpose today is that Council authorize the administration to award the 2026-2027 gravel crushing program to Sage Management Limited. The background, the 2026-2027 gravel crushing program has been tendered to ensure the continued maintenance of the county roads into the 26-27 season. Administration tendered the program, producing the tender documents, evaluating the results. The tender closed on April 23rd, 2026 with one tender submitted. The results were the lowest and only tender for the gravel crushing program was submitted by Sage Management Limited of Cardston, Alberta, for a submitted price of $1,171,440. There is a typo in the discussion part. It wasn't caught by us, so Westcan was inserted. It should be replaced by Sage Management Limited. The lowest and only tender for the gravel crushing program was submitted by Sage Management Limited of Cardston, Alberta, and was in full compliance with all tendering procedures as reviewed by administration and as outlined in the tender documents. All required submitted documents were included with the submission, including the bid bond, performance bond, and labor and materials bond. The recommendation that Council award the 2026-2027 gravel crushing program to Sage Management Limited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Go to Council. I guess from my part, so I'm just looking at, we have, I think, 3 or 4 items here. There's only one bid has come in for our projects. So I guess 2 questions. So gravel crushing. So how does this price compare? I guess on a per ton or per whatever basis. How does it compare to our previous contract? And secondly, how do we go out and get bids if we're only getting one bid? Is there something we need to improve in terms of how we're getting our word out there that we're looking for bids and tenders?
Good morning, everyone. So what it was the last time we crushed, it was $4.29 a ton, and it was with Sage Management. So when we budgeted this year for the crushing, I had to guess at what it would be, and I estimated it at $6 a ton for crushing, and it came in at $5.75 a ton. So 25 cents cheaper per ton. We did have a few people pick up packages, the tender packages, and for whatever reason, they decided not to provide a tender, and one was late, and they did provide a price, and it was higher than this one. So yeah, I don't know if it's because it's too small a contract. I'm not sure why we didn't get more activity on it, but there was other interest. They just, for whatever reason, didn't bid on it.
Yeah, just to follow up on that is, so we advertised through Alberta Purchasing Connection. We had quite a few interests. But it goes to, I think one of the reasons is Alberta's busy right now, and there's a lot of crushers working. And so it was just based on availability and their schedule and how much work they have on the books. So Alberta is a very busy time right now. So, and crushing is a unique business. So.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Or a motion? I guess suggested motion is to award the contract to Sage Management. Councillor Elger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to give that motion, as we've used Sage before, and you're confident that they'll do a good job. And I don't consider 1.17 million to be small job, but I guess it is in the world of gravel crushing, so. I'm happy to give you the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion to award the contract to Stage Management from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B3, 26-27 Micro Surfacing Program Award of Tender, page 30 of our agenda. Back to you, Public Works, Mitchell and Gallant.
Thanks. Good morning. Council authorized the administration to award the 2026 microsurfacing program to Westcan Seal Coating Limited. The 2026 microsurfacing program has been tendered to ensure continued maintenance of county roads within or into the 2026 season. Excuse me. Administration tendered the program, producing the tender documents and evaluating the results. The tender closed on April 23rd, 2026 with one tender submitted. The results of the tender microsurfacing program was submitted by Westcan out of Disbury, Alberta. The total tender price was $249,046. The lowest and only tender for the microsurfacing program was submitted by Westcan Seal Coating of Disbury, Alberta, and was in full compliance with all tendering procedures as reviewed by administration and outlined in the tender documents. All required supporting documents were included with the submission, including the 10% bid bond, 50% performance bond, and 50% labor and material bond based on the tender price. Recommendation that council award the microsurfacing program to Westcan Seal Coating Limited.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. Sorry, I didn't have time to research. What is microsurfacing?
So microsurfacing is basically a wear surface that we apply to paved roads that their surface is ending or nearing end of life, and it's to prolong the surface life, hopefully by 10 years or longer. We tried this once before in the county, and that was on Dunbow Road. And I looked at it yesterday, and that was 4 years ago, and it's in my opinion, was a huge success. And it's this application will be on 104th Street or the Cayley Highway, so from Highway 540 south to 658th Ave. The issue with that road is the last time it was overlaid was in 1991, I think. They overlaid it, and then the province handed it over to the county. The road is extremely narrow, so we cannot overlay that highway. It would, every time you add pavement, you narrow the road up. So it's can't get any narrower than it is now. So this is an application that we hope will add at least 10 or 15 years of life to that surface. And the other thing is if depending on how our paving tender comes back and long patching, we had intended on looking at some internal subdivisions that are 25, 30 years old, that this would be a suitable application just to see how it's received by the residents. But it's we've got to kind of look after this infrastructure, and we think this is a good option to buy us, extend the life of these surfaces.
So that road was all, the lift was put on at the same time, and it's like, what, 14 miles, 12 miles from High River to the end of that road. So we're only doing, looks like 2 miles at this point. Is the rest of it going to need done in the next 2 years, or?
Pardon me?
Is the rest of this road like from High River all the way to?
Well, that's the
end?
plan we would do it over the next few years. We'd go north and right into the town limits.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. So the recommendation is to award the contract to Westcan Seal Coating Incorporated. If anybody wants to give that motion or otherwise. Got that motion from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go. Thank you very much. Let's go to B4, Davisburg Cemetery Concrete Ribbon Project, page 31 of our agenda. Cemetery Specialist Anthony, thank you for coming and joining us. And Manager Porter.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, councillors, fellow staff members in Foothills County. Through the chair to the floor before you today are 2 staff reports, and I'd like to start with item B4, please.
Yep, go ahead with B4.
B4 is Davisburg Cemetery Concrete Ribbon Project. The purpose of this request is for council to authorize administration to proceed with the construction of 3 concrete ribbons at the Davisburg Cemetery. Cemetery infrastructure improvements are undertaken to enhance maintenance efficiencies, site appearance, and long-term integrity. The installation of concrete ribbons at the head of the plots is a common modern practice. These ribbons provide stable, defined base for monuments, ensuring consistent alignment and elevation while improving ease of maintenance. $60,000 was budgeted in the 2026 capital budget to fund this project. Administration contacted 7 vendors for quotation, as you can see below. The rationale is administration recommends proceeding with the concrete ribbon project due to its operational efficiencies, long-term cost savings. The installation of concrete ribbons will provide a stable, consistent foundation for monuments, reducing shifting and improving overall alignment within the cemetery. In addition, the defined mowing edges will streamline maintenance activities by reducing trimming requirements, lowering the risk of damage to monuments, and decreasing ongoing maintenance costs. Overall, this project supports efficient operations while maintaining a respectful and orderly cemetery environment. Although only 1 quotation was received, reasonable efforts were made to obtain competitive pricing, and multiple proponents declined to submit bids. Proceeding with the available qualified vendor will allow the project to move forward in a timely manner and support improved cemetery standards and operations. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So the requested motion is to award the contract to Western Construction. Go to council. Any questions, comments? Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my only, how many ribbons are we talking about? Are they, is it a continuous or is it just?
Note there's going to be 3 concrete ribbons. Just give me 1 second. So one will be at the south side of the cemetery. It's 40 feet by 2 feet. And it'll accommodate 10 cemetery plots. The second one will be in the middle of the cemetery. It's 96 feet by 2 feet to accommodate 24 cemetery plots. And the third will be on the north side of the cemetery, 68 feet by 2 feet to accommodate 17 cemetery plots.
Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Anthony, this would take that cemetery as far as capacity for the next 10, 15 years, probably, would it not, if not more?
Yes.
As far as, so we're looking at 30, so almost 200 feet of ribbon.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. And the 60,000 was budgeted just for Davisburg?
Just for Davisburg.
Really? Okay. All right. Well, I'm pretty happy with that quote. I'm surprised that, again, that we're only getting 1 quote for these jobs that the county is trying to get done. But other than that, like I said, I'm happy with the quote. So I'm happy to give you the motion to approve.
Okay.
Western Construction. Thanks.
Okay, we'll take that motion. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B5, Davisburg Cemetery Portable Washroom Project, page 33 of our agenda. Back to you, Cemetery Specialist Anthony.
Thank you. The purpose of this request is for council to authorize administration to proceed with the foundation and surround for the wheelchair accessible portable washroom for the Davisburg Cemetery. In preparation for the rental of the Davisburg Cemetery, in preparation for the rental of the Davisburg Church located within the Davisburg Cemetery, administration has been working to ensure compliance with all applicable regulatory requirements. Foothills County Safety Codes has advised that a wheelchair accessible portable washroom must be installed on site as a condition of occupancy for the public use. $8,000 was budgeted in the 2026 capital budget to fund this project. Administration contacted 7 vendors for the quotation on this project. The addition of the accessible portable washrooms will ensure the facility meets accessible standards and provides a safe and inclusive access for all users attending services, events, and gatherings at the church. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see we got more than one quote on this one. And it came under budget as well, which is nice. So I don't really have any other questions about it. I'll give you the motion to authorize to award the contract to West Run Construction.
Okay, we'll take that motion. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, portable, so no heating, like what does this look like?
No heating, so
Yeah.
there's no power on site at Davisburg.
Oh, period, okay.
Period, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Callister to award the contract to Western Construction. I don't see anything further, so all in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Let's go to B7, Show and Shine the Lake at Heritage Point. Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've received a request from the Lake at Heritage Point to authorize the approval to close Heritage Lake Boulevard between Heritage Lake Drive and Heritage Lake Landing intersections. The purpose of this closure is to provide safe pedestrian traffic flow, car show and shine and barbecue, which is scheduled for Saturday, June 6th. The request of the closure would be from 9:45 a.m. to 2:15 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to council. So we do have the requested motion on page 35 of our agenda to the road. Don't see. Go ahead, Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have read through this and looks like they've got it well in hand. It's a recurring event, so I would give you the motion to approve to close the road.
Okay, we have that motion. Anything further? I don't see any, so I will call the motion. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, in the interest of time, let's go to B9, High River District Healthcare Foundation request for sponsorship, page 76 of our agenda. Manager of Lead Services, Barrett. I think you're online. Manager Barrett, are you there online?
Morning, Council. Yes, I am here.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We're on B9, High River District Healthcare Foundation request for sponsorship.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. Apologies. Let me just pull that up. I think this is just a repeat request from the High River District Healthcare Foundation. They're looking for support to this year's dinner and auction. It's scheduled for October. In the past, we've typically done the champion sponsorship in the amount of $1,000. It's increased slightly this year to $1,200. And so I'm just looking for direction from council today on that item.
Okay, thank you for that. So it was $1,000 and now it's $1,200 for the same
Correct.
champion sponsor. And we have done this in the past at $1,000 and a silent auction item. So council, where would you like to go? Deputy Revo.
Sure. Do we need the tickets or can we just stay with our former donation of 1,000 and the silent auction item? Not sure if we need the tickets.
I believe it's a set package rate.
Okay, well, I'll see if anyone else has comments on it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. I would look for a motion. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and I would give you that motion.
Okay, to approve the
Yes.
champion sponsorship and silent auction item. Okay, we have that motion to approve that. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B10, Bow River Basin Council, request to meet with council, page 79. This is Deputy Reeve Ole.
Thank you. This is a request from the administration from the Bow River Basin Council. They haven't met with council for a while, and this is a committee that I'm on. And along with this, a number of different watershed issues are all lumped into my committee. But this particular organization has some very current and valuable information. I think it'd be great to hear from them directly. And they also have a recent state of the watershed and numerous other types of reports that they could share with us, not the entirety of them, but just to acquaint us with them, and then gives us the ability to ask them some questions. So I would ask for your support to have them speak with council if you're amenable to that. And I'd make a motion to that effect if there's no concerns.
Okay, we'll take that motion to authorize meeting with Bow River Basin Council. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. We do have a short in-camera item we need to discuss, so I'd look for a motion to go into closed. From Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. We have a public hearing in just a few minutes, so let's take a break and get set up for that hearing. Welcome back. I will open the public hearing for the High River Ag Society, Northeast 12, 1929 West of 4, site-specific amendment, page 81 of our agenda. Ms. Stanley, could you introduce council administration? Playing double duty today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In council this morning, we have Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Siewert, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearing this morning. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer, Crowley. Following that, we will go to the applicant for any presentation or comments that you guys have. I think you got a few people here representing you today. Following that, we will then go to any members of the public that do wish to speak. At this point in time, I don't have anybody. After we have heard from them, we will then go to closing comments, first to the applicant and then to the planning officer. At each step along the way, council administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Crowley, please proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Raven Council. The application before you is a request to approve a site-specific amendment within Direct Control District number 32 to approve educational services, private charter as a permitted use. Further, it is also asked to approve private amenity space accessory to the educational use as a permitted use, as this use is presently reserved solely for agricultural society related operations. The subject parcel is within Division 1. It is located north adjacent to the town of High River and is surrounded by the High River town limits on its east, south, and west sides. It is adjacent to Highway 2A to the east and Highway 543 east to the north. The subject parcel is zoned as Direct Control District number 32, which is the zoning for agricultural societies within the county. A master development permit was issued in 2018 to bring the High River Agricultural Society's operations and events into full compliance, with the existing buildings confirmed as non-conforming. In 2016, a separate development permit approved a garage use in Eamon's service garage or station. From 2020 to 2021, a site-specific amendment and subsequent development permit were approved for a barbershop within the Call of the West Museum building. North of Highway 543, the quarter section is zoned agricultural land use, and the land is zoned Urban Reserve District within the town of High River to the west, south, and east. The Urban Reserve District is intended to support rural forms of development and temporary uses prior to transitioning to a more urban form within the town. The subject parcel development includes the grandstand, indoor arena, and the Agricultural Society building, which are part of the Agricultural Society's used buildings. This building is the one intended to be renovated and used for the future educational operation on the second floor, while the main floor is currently used by the Foothills County Community and Emergency Services Department. Other buildings on site include Eamon's and the Call of, which contains the barbershop on the south side. Access to the subject parcel is provided by an existing approach to the northwest, Highway 543 east, and egress access to the southeast exists and passes through High River town limits towards Highway 2A. Pickup and drop off for the school is proposed to be a counterclockwise flow through the north access, which is to have a hug and go area in the parking from 8 to 8:30 a.m. and from 3:30 to 4 p.m. during weekdays. Minimal parking would be required. Planned outdoor recreation areas for the school are indicated here in red. Some of these areas may require the private amenity space land use to be approved at the development permit stage. Is to be run by the applicants, Legacies Academy. There's an image missing. The intent is to use the second floor of the Agricultural Society building for up to 10 staff members and 72 students from grades 1 to 6, which would later expand to the main floor as students age into grades 7 to 12. Each grade level would be capped at 12 students. Several outdoor areas are intended to be used for outdoor recreation and hands-on learning. Hours of operation would be from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Wednesdays or weekdays with occasional weekend activities. Further, the school is considering partnership ideas with the businesses on the property, from mechanical mentorship to horsemanship courses, and intend to participate in co-hosting agricultural society events. General operations would be on weekdays with occasional weekend activities when approved. If the site-specific amendments are approved, the details of the operation will be determined through the development permit process with council as the development authority. The application was externally circulated to those agencies as required under the Municipal Government Act. ATEC and ATCO Gas and Transmission provided written responses stating no concerns. Alberta Health Services indicated that private sewage disposal must be contained within the property and be up to date with the most recent standards of practice. A geotechnical assessment is required to be conducted by an engineer. The application was circulated to the county's Public Works Department, who had no comments or concerns with the proposal. The town of High River was also circulated and provided comment after the staff report was provided. They have no concerns with the land use proposition, but specify that they will comment on water use, access, and building code compliance at the development permit stage. They currently request from the applicants to provide the anticipated water usage for the school. The application was circulated to landowners within a half mile of the subject parcel's quarter section within the county, here shown in blue, including the 3 adjacent properties within the town of High River limits. No written submissions were received prior to today's hearing, and notice of this public hearing was advertised in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on April 22nd and April 29th, with no written submission received prior to today's hearing. This concludes my presentation. Mr. Even Council, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to council administration for any questions you have at this time. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, excuse me. Just looking at diagram on page 91. It looks as though, is this the part that you recall it said was non-conforming as the pens on the, looks to be the south side of the property or into the adjacent property?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
It looks like the cattle holding pens that are on the south, yeah, that would be the south side of the property are actually on the adjacent property.
I don't have additional information on that.
Okay. And the second question, the building in question, that's the rental building?
Through the chair, council.
Sorry, the
I
building
didn't hear.
that's being rented?
That's being rented by the Foothills County. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, and I believe the property to the south is a road allowance, but I think we'll get an answer probably from the applicant team when they come. Question I had, so I'm looking at page 86 of our agenda. In the big blue block, a couple of options there. So on number 2, the second or, so this is changing direct control. Do I understand direct control 32 in entirety? So it would affect So the second or of number 2, so that would affect the other DC 32 districts.
Through the chair to council, effectively that proposition would be to have direct control district 32 change complete to allow for accessory for private amenity space to be allowed whenever there is an approved operation on site.
Okay, but it would affect, like, so there's a couple other properties, DC 32, so that would affect those as well.
That's
Make a change to
correct.
them, so, okay. And just to confirm, so there's only, DC 32 is only the High Ag Society, Millerville Ag, and Okotoks Ag. There's no other DC 32s out there?
Through the chair to council, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Anybody else from council? I don't see any, so at this time we will go to the applicant. Ms. Almany Sims, thank you for coming. If you could start by introducing your whole team and then proceed with any presentation or comments you do have.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time to hear from us. We're grateful to be here today. Excuse my voice, I came down with a bug on the weekend. My name is Almany Sims, and I'm the founder of Legacies Academy. Joining me here today at the front is Mark Cooper, he's our vice chair, and Roger Hamill, who's representing the High River Agricultural Society today. We also have several of our board members in attendance, including our board chair, Hannah Rehak, our secretary, Morgan Wamis, and our treasurer, Tricia Rakos. Oh, and we have Jim Roth. Good. Before we speak about where we're going, it's important to understand where we started because our school began as a dream and it was built with intention right from the beginning. Legacies Academy began with a clear vision to create a school that felt fundamentally different, not just smaller, but more connected. Not just a place where students attend, but a place that felt like a second home. That's why we chose to begin in a house, because it allowed us to bring that vision to life in a tangible way. To create an environment that was warm, relational, and intentional from the very beginning. And from that little space, the foundation was built. That home became our first classroom, and it shaped how we think about education and what we value. Small groups, multi-age learning, and a focus on relationships over systems and processes. From the beginning, our purpose has been simple: to create a place where children are known and where learning is directed by the children we serve. We believe childhood is a time of wonder, that learning should include movement, creativity, and curiosity, not just desks and worksheets. So our students learn by doing, through exploration, real-world experiences, and connection. And at the center of everything that we do is the whole child. And our goal is always to move learning from their heads to their hands and into their hearts. Sorry, we're on this one. Sorry about that. That's okay, I'll just keep going. What matters most is the experience of the students and their families. And what we've seen is that when children feel known, they engage differently, they become more confident, and they're more invested in their learning. When children are connected, they feel a strong sense of belonging, which changes how they learn, how they grow, and how they see themselves. Over time, we've carefully grown and intentionally grown from a single house to additional spaces each year to a full elementary program. And with that growth, we began to see what was possible when the learning environment matched the vision. Now we're not just interested in acquiring more space. Instead, we're seeking more connections, increased opportunities, and we look to deepen the alignment between how we teach and where our students learn. So the Ag Grounds isn't just about outgrowing the space we're in. It's about recognizing that we can offer more when the environment fully embraces the kind of learning that we believe in. We have been intentionally seeking a place that allows for deeper connection to the land, stronger ties to the community, and opportunities for meaningful partnership. And that search is what led us here and to this application, not to become something different, but to continue what we've already built in a space that allows us to do that even better. What we're proposing is not just about a new space, it's about having found the right space. The High River Agricultural Grounds represent something already aligns with how we teach: experiential learning, community connection, history, and a sense of shared responsibility. This is not a shift in the direction for us, it's a natural extension of what we're already doing. What makes this opportunity so meaningful is not just the space itself, but the partnership behind it. The ag grounds are already a place where community, land, and agriculture come together. And what we're proposing is to bring students into that environment in a way that's intentional, respectful, and connected to real life. That might look like students spending time outdoors as part of their regular learning, or having opportunities to engage in small and appropriate ways with agriculture, animals, and land-based experiences. But more than anything, it creates the opportunity for students to grow up connected to the kind of place that we'd always hoped for. A place where roots run deep, character grows, and legacies begin. So thank you for taking the time to learn about who we are and why we believe the ag grounds to be the right fit for our school. We appreciate your consideration, and we're grateful for the opportunity to take the next step. Sorry about our presentation.
Thank you. Did anybody else add? No. Just here for questions. Okay, support.
I represent the High River Ag Society here. I'm on the board. And basically, we wanted to come and just mention that we strongly support the school. We strongly support what they're doing for our community. And it fits with what we've done at the Ag Society. I'm the president of the Car Club and partial owner of the Drive-In Theater. So it's been our plan for many years to bring people to that area of our county, and it's working. We have more and more activities. We do not have a for-profit operation happening, nor do we want it. But this school was another stage of us bringing the public and bringing people to our area, which is the ag grounds between Eamon's Garage next door on the town lands, the drive-in theater, the tractor museum, and the changes we made at the Ag Society in the last 5 years. I'm extremely proud of what we have to offer the school and truly believe the school will bring more understanding to that area. And we're looking forward to enhancing our Western culture with the students and being part of the great thing that Legacy is doing. So that was just my impromptu statement, as usual, for those who know me. And I'm available for any questions as it pertains to the Ag Society.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to council administration at this time for any questions you have. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Sims, for your presentation. The two things that caught my eye was that you're thinking in the future to move down to the main floor that is being occupied by the county at this point. Do we have any plans that we're moving out of there that anybody's aware of? Like, what's the timeline? Are you thinking?
I think just wishful thinking. We were just trying to paint the picture of our long-term goals. So if we have the opportunity to go, well, to grade 9, then we would do so. We're asked all the time to keep going to high school. Whether we do that or not is still on the table, but we just wanted to give the full scope instead of just saying grade 6.
Okay. Thanks for that. And the other thing that caught my eye was that Mr. Crowley was talking about renovating the space. So what does that look like from your point of view, from what you've seen of the building?
Sure. So I think for the first year, we won't do anything to the building. We would move in and see how it functions for us. There's a plethora of washrooms. So I think we would take the men's washroom and remove the toilets and the urinals to make it into an art space. That's something we've put on our development permit or building permit. So that's about the most we would do for the first year.
Okay, thanks for that.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you for your presentation. Just have a couple of questions just on the types of activities that you've proposed. It sounds very interesting. And in that, I think you'll need a commercial kitchen. So is there something that's like already there, or do you have to build that? What's the plan with that?
There are two kitchens upstairs. One would serve as a staff room / kitchen. And then the other one is not vented with where the stoves are, but that's something we would plan to do if we had the option.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I know you'll be facing all those requirements as you are going to be serving the public. So thank you for that. And the other is the septic system. Can it handle at this time the amount of people that are going to be in the building?
It was our understanding that because it was built as an event center, that it was fully built for that, but maybe Roger could speak.
It certainly can handle it, and I just want to make reference to the different events we have that it does handle now, which is the rodeo and the chuck wagons, along with other events. It handles it well now with that type of volume that quickly. There's thousands of people over 3 days. So we see no problem handling the waste services.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one is the weight of the number of people and all their needs. Is that calculated into the building to be able to accommodate that on a second floor? Just checking if there's, I don't know when the building was built or all those things, but just making sure that it can accommodate all the weight of the people and all their need.
Well, to begin with, the furniture we have will go to the school. I believe we can accommodate all the people, but we're also willing to look at whatever comes up to make sure that the county on the first floor is considered in terms of noise and so on and so forth. So that would be looked at a later date, but we are prepared to make whatever changes that are necessary or required to make sure that the two tenants are well looked after upstairs and downstairs. Cannot be identified right now because there's no tenants upstairs. But we are in a position where we're prepared to look at what's required.
So some kind of a sound attenuation on the floor and so on?
Absolutely. We've already started looking into that.
Okay.
And as I said, something we can act on pretty quick.
Okay. And of course, I'm not sure again of the structure when it was designed and how it was designed. So just that it can accommodate all that extra weight. And I'm sure everybody wants to know the answer to that.
The second floor was previously had nutrient in the second floor. It had a full complement of staff up there. Washrooms on the second floor can facilitate, like the men's washroom has stalls for 8 and there were urinals. I think there's 11 or 12. The women's washroom was set up for 17 stalls in there. It was built and designed.
Okay.
I would suspect there should be engineered plans and
So
stuff. from when it
easily
was built.
100 people. Okay.
And maybe for context, our building that we have now, we could house over 300 students in there according to fire code, and it's half the size of the egg building upstairs. We would never match those numbers, but it's significant the amount we're able to fit into the upstairs compared to what we would use it for.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and thank you for your presentation. Yeah, nice ideas and what you've got going on. My question is, how would you share the building with the renters below? Is there going to be separate entrances? Further to that, moving school children across the parking lot into open fields and treat areas, and then south to the Ag Society building. How will that be done with trucks and trailers and horses coming in and out of there and emergency services making response? Thank you.
First question. In terms of moving the students, we spend a lot of time outside, so we're quite confident in being able to move them. We go to Silverland, so I think the open field is something they're quite used to. We've spent a little bit of time watching the traffic flow, and I think the times where it's the busiest are not the times that we would be entering or exiting the building. And in terms of entrances, when you look at the front face of the building, the main doors are somewhat in the center, and our door would be on the far right. So we would have a separate entrance for the students to come in, come in out and out of. And it's completely closed off to the downstairs. So they come in through the door, and then there's the set of stairs that go upstairs. And then there's another set of doors for them to enter in there that also would remain locked. And then there's stairs on the opposite side of the building that do attach to the outside also. So we have two entrances that we have the ability to use. Our intention is just to use the one on the front face. But for moving students in and out, if there was a time where it was not safe to cross the road, we would use the fenced area to the, I guess, to the east of the building instead of using the open field too. So if there are events happening, we have that contingency to use that space instead.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the chair to the agriculture representative. The current events that you guys have at the ag buildings and the rodeo grounds, is there any conflict you foresee, and do you have any plans to mitigate the conflict if there's any?
We've looked at it and we really don't see any conflict because most of the events that are scheduled with the Ag Society and the riding arenas are not tied into the same time frame as the school. In the event that there is an event, an afternoon ride or anything like that, the horse trailers they do go to the south side of our arena because that's where the entrance for the horses are. Again, allowing us to believe we don't see a conflict at all. There's been absolutely zero conflicts with the entities that are on the property now because we all work together. There's a lot of cross representation between them all. So we really don't see a problem where the buses come in and drop off students or pick up students is a fence secured area that is only used by the population of the building. It's not used by the riders or any of the other entities. So there's quite a bit of room in that parking area, and that's where the buses will come in, drop off, or pick up the students. And there is a natural flow, which we're going to work on to finish it, where the buses don't even have to back up. And the students do not load and unload by crossing a street or even going into the field. So I don't see any, any issue at all there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other further questions. At this point in time, we would go to any members of the public that wish to speak. I don't have anybody registered, and as far as I know, anybody in the back is not wishing to speak. Okay, so at this point in time, we would go to closing comments. We'll go to the applicant for any closing comments that you have.
Thank you, Chair and Council. As a parent and the Vice Chair of the Legacies Academy Board, it's been our desire to see the school grow. Currently, the school resides in basically 3 different buildings within the town. And as somebody who actually uses the Ag Society grounds, we ride there, we're involved in the community. This is something that excites a lot of us as parents. When you talk about the future use or the future expansion to the lower floor, that is something that we as parents are continually pushing the school to do, because we love the school. Our kids love it. They enjoy it. And it was originally only planned to be a kindergarten to grade 3. And we just keep, my son is in grade 4, we just keep pushing for the school to continue on, because yeah, we really appreciate and our kids love going to the school. So thank you for considering this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go back to Planning Officer Crowley. Any closing comments that you have?
I have no further comments.
Okay, and back to Council and Administration one last time for any questions you may have. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure. In our staff report summary on page 86, you've noted choices as to whether we go to permitted or discretionary for numbers 1 and 2 here. Council may choose to deem the use approved under the request for site-specific amendment as either permitted or discretionary use for the parcel. And number 2, council may consider including private amenity space accessory to the education use on site as a permitted or discretionary use for the parcel, or may consider amending the DC 32 by changing private amenity space to private accessory to agricultural society use to private amenity space accessory to approved uses on the site. So I'm just wondering if you could decode that, and if you might have a suggestion as to what might be a preferable option in regards to your 2 questions.
Through the chair to council. So essentially here, I was just giving a few alternatives that we can have, where either we're doing a very much a site-specific amendment for the private amenity space, where we allow the educational uses to have the private amenity space, or if we would want to make private amenity space be accessory to any uses on any of the direct control district 32s, so that it wouldn't be as limited to just simply the use, if that makes sense.
Director Hemingway?
Sure. Well, I just wanted to point out that there is no appeal to development permits under direct control. So the reasoning typically to go to a permitted use is to avoid the issue with respect to a potential appeal of an approval of a development permit. Council is the development authority under direct control, and there is no opportunity to appeal an approval under direct control. So I'm not sure there's a huge benefit or a difference to go to permitted that I'm aware of, and allows council the opportunity to potentially refuse an application for educational uses, private charter on various other applications and various other cultural societies. So it may be beneficial, particularly when you look at the land use district and all the permitted and discretionary uses. It is contained in your staff report. I would suggest that the use should be considered as discretionary, as it fits under there. And please understand, there is no appeal, so it does not hold the applicant up requesting an appeal.
Back to you, Deputy Vole.
Sure. So in this specific case, if we'd like to support the application and benefit, the site-specific amendment is probably the best way to go rather than amending the DC 32. Just so we're not kind of forecasting. We could forecast the other ones may want this, but we're just perhaps just focusing on this application here today. So that's what's kind of coming up in that number 32, the number 2, where would we amend it versus not amending it?
I believe the application currently is to amend the direct control district to allow for this use as either permitted or discretionary.
Okay, so it
And
does
that's the
affect all of
application
them.
That's before you.
Okay, affects them all.
Through the chair to council, just to clarify, the point 1 is only regarding the educational services, I believe.
Okay, because it's not listed. I looked at the list and it's just not in there.
Right.
Right.
So educational services would only be as a site-specific amendment. It would not be for completely altering the DC number 32. it would only be for the parcel that we'd be proposing.
Okay.
All right,
that.
I'm with you
And
now.
it's more
Okay.
the private amenity space that would
Great
be.
job.
Yes.
That's okay. I'm just wanting to clarify exactly how it would work and which would be a benefit, and understanding that the discretionary is not a limitation, but rather we want to support this particular site, this location. Okay, very good. Thank you for the answer.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anybody else. So at this point, I will close the public hearing. You're welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberation and decision, or you can watch it online on the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all for coming and hope you have a good rest of your day. Do we need to change meetings? No, we're good to go. Okay, well, this is fresh in our minds, so why don't we proceed with this item at this point in time? Being it's in my area, perhaps I'll get started. I do support the application. I think it's a good use of the space. It does remind me of other examples in the province of schools trying to give a bit of an agricultural influence, like the Ontario school we hear a fair bit about. Yeah, I think it's the space is there. It's a good use. It's a good school. Number of questions related to sound and entrance. I think that can be sorted out. That's more of a question between the landowner to sort out between the two different leasees. Building codes will be looking after through the process. It's just, I guess, just exciting to see when you look at this space that's owned by the High River Ag Society. A lot of other things going on here with the museum and Eamon's Garage and the drive-in, and I think this is a very fitting addition, and I think students in the area will certainly benefit from the opportunity to attend school here and learn a bit of a different than they would learn in other spaces. So I support it, and just coming to some of the specifics, I guess. So when I look at the couple of questions on page 86, item number 1, under the big blue block, council may deem the approved use for site-specific amendment as either permitted or discretionary. I think we've already had the public hearing today. I don't see any value in making it discretionary. And this is just for this DC 32, so I would support the making that a permitted. And in terms of number 2, where they make this the private amenity space accessory to educational use on site, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't go with the second or on number 2 to make private amenity space to accessory to the approved uses on site as opposed to the Ag Society use. I think it just makes sense, not just for here, but for other DC 32 districts as well. I don't see it as permitted or discretionary in terms of the second or. I think that just is, we're just adding it as accessory to the approved uses on site as opposed to the accessory to primary Ag Society use. I'm not sure that the permitted discretion applies in that instance, but I see Director Hemingway is up, so we'll go to her.
And I apologize for my comment earlier, Council. I'm not sure what I was thinking, but this is a site-specific amendment just to allow for this use on this site. And I think that's unfortunate because if we're going through this whole process, it would have been something we could have considered on the other agricultural uses, but again, only as discretionary. So this is a site-specific amendment for your consideration to allow for private educational services as either permitted or discretionary use at the High River Ag Society grounds only. And the other consideration is the private amenity space, which is a use. And I concur that it is more efficient to call it private amenity space accessory to approved uses. And we should consider that either as permitted or discretionary. As I said, there is a huge benefit or difference associated with permitted or discretionary, as there is no appeal associated with these development permits. So and council is the approval body on these development permits. So there is no wait or requirement for an waiting for an appeal process to finalize after a decision. Does that answer your question?
So back to number one, are you saying that we cannot do permitted? It can only
Yep.
be,
You can do permitted or discretionary.
okay, I misunderstood you.
Yeah, you have to
So second
answer
one.
permitted or discretionary on both of them. And I would concur that private amenity space accessory to approved uses on site is the most efficient way to go.
Okay. And I would say permitted because I don't think there's any value in discretionary. We've had the public hearing today. Anybody else?
If I may, sir.
Go ahead.
10 years from now, a future school, different council. That will be a permitted use, and you cannot turn it down.
Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. I guess just from my point, I see this as being a great idea, but a few concerns just jump out at me is that this property, when there's weekends worth of things going on, if the property fills up with trailers and there's a lot of traffic in and out of there, starting on the Thursday nights. And again, my concern was moving children, 72 children in around the property. Thanks.
Anybody else? Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps that concern, Councillor Estes, if we did go with the discretionary use, then we have, you know, a little leeway in how to address concerns as they come up. Is that correct? Or just if problems do arise? I mean, I know that's to do with the contract that the Ag Society will have with this school as well, but.
Director Hemingway?
Yes, council will see the development permit and will propose conditions and we will suggest that it will be their authority, their job to deal with the traffic constraints and the conflicts that happen. We won't be micromanaging that. They have proven, all of the Ag Societies have proven very capable of managing these issues. We won't have the ability to get in there and deal with them with respect to a development permit. So we will contemplate all the approved uses on site, and council will be the authority on approving an additional approved use on a site. And it's up to the Ag Society to manage all of that.
And there would be a safety management plan or something like that as part of the DP, would there not?
Typically with a school, we'll ask for some kind of traffic flow management plan. I think they've sort of articulated their intention to change the bus turnaround area so the buses don't have to back up. But we can't control when the Ag Society has events. We can't control when our officers are running in and out of there. So it is really just a matter of being cognizant and careful property, as there are a number of approved uses that can occur all concurrently.
Deputy Revol?
Thanks. I can get behind the permitted for the site-specific amendment regarding the educational use. The second one, because it's going to be open up to private amenity space accessory to all approved uses on the site. That's the entire ag and all the things that are happening there already. It might be helpful to keep that one as discretionary. So it's beyond this particular use and it's all uses on the site. So I'm going with the last one, which is the one you preferred, to essentially allow the permission for the private amenity space accessory to all approved uses on the site. So that's the entire site and all uses. So if we do open it up, it might be okay in just kind of having a little check on it related to that and putting that as discretionary. Just my thoughts.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Alger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have no issues with the application. I think it's a good use of the area. I'm immaterial as to discretionary use or permitted use, but I am concerned about the noise factor. I can picture 72 kids running back and forth across the. And as I read through it and I see how the schools run and their small classrooms, I think that could be I think that could be mitigated. And I don't see anything in this application that can't be worked out between the two leases, as the Reeve said. And so I'm happy with what's going to happen here. Thanks.
Anybody else? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Director Hemingway. So can you just kind of spell out for us again, like potential issues between the permitted and the discretionary for like right off the bat and then down the road?
Well, permitted uses must be approved. You must approve them. So the developer, in this case, the Ag Grounds, knows that they can make a development permit for a school, education services, private, and council must approve them. We don't typically support approved uses under direct control. They go under discretionary. So council has the authority to approve or refuse them on that basis. Now, all our direct control districts are typically like that unless they're designed specifically for a use. So yeah, no, if you'll see the direct control districts in your package, you'll see that there are some general uses that we will see approved on any parcel, but any of the actual activity uses are discretionary uses. So it just allows council that authority to refuse an application under a specific circumstance. And you have to understand you're only in this chair for so long, and these land use decisions are long-term decisions. So you have to think long-term. I think it's a great use of the building. I concur. I don't have any concerns today, but setting yourself up to require to approve something when there's no benefit to the applicant either way makes no difference to the applicant either way. So I think it's benefit to the county to put these two uses as discretionary. It won't make any difference to the timing on the applicant.
Okay, and I just would perhaps comment, just listening to it and understanding a little bit more. I can understand the discretionary as well. So I would support that. I think it'd be just fine and it can be looked after. Anybody else or a motion? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
So I would make a motion so we're thinking permitted for the site-specific amendment for the use for the education portion, and then number 2, discretionary. So is that identified in this first option? I'm looking at it right now. So it's permitted for the first one and discretionary for the second one. Does that kind of follow what you were looking for? Or do you want discretionary for both? That would be option 2 if it was discretionary for both. Is that kind of where we're
Yeah.
leaning?
I'm just
Leaning for number 2? Okay, that seems like everyone's leaning there. Then I would make option 2, which is first reading approval for discretionary use, and seeing that doesn't materially affect them in any way, that the development permit will come back to the county directly. So I would make that motion. Is there any other changes that would be according to our discussion here today?
Dr. Hemingway.
That we would change.
Oh yeah.
Private amenity space accessory to approved use on site. Sorry for the little technical land use pickiness, but.
Okay. So as per number 2 in the blue box, and the or option. So you all know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it saves us some time.
Okay.
Okay, so we have that motion. I think we all understand it. I do support it. I don't see anybody else. I will call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay. Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Welcome back. At this point in time, we do have an 11 o'clock meeting with Southern Alberta Land Trust Society, a presentation. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you being here today. Land conservation is important as our society grows and develops more and more of the properties. So, yeah, why don't we start with help? Yeah, just have a seat and get set up. Perhaps Ms. Stanley can introduce council administration so you know who you're talking to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning in council, we have Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger,
Morning.
Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great.
Okay, if you could introduce yourself, I guess, and proceed with any, it looks like you got a presentation for us.
Sounds great. Thank you very much. I'm just going to put this in presentation mode so it's full screen. Yeah, I really appreciate you taking the time to have me here today. I do know a number of you, and I've been with SALTS now for I think about 12 years as their executive director. And so I've had the chance to overlap both with some of the staff at Foothills County as well as some of the councillors. Foothills Council, of course, is a bit unique in that you've had a longstanding relationship with Foothills Land Trust. And so you probably have, I would say, a greater level of understanding of the land trust sector. Some of the municipalities that we meet with may not even know about the work of land trust, but Foothills County is unique in that respect. But SALTS does do a fair bit of work in your county. We overlap with Foothills Land Trust. And so I think it's been maybe 5-6 years since I came to present to council. And SALTS is just trying to get back out there in front of the councils where we work. So the places that SALTS is most active are MD of Pincher Creek, MD of Foothills, and MD of Willow Creek. County of Foothills, sorry, Foothills County. We do work in other places like Rocky View, Cardston, even out in 40 Mile, but most of the work that SALTS has done in the last almost 30 years, 28 years, is from west of Calgary along the eastern slopes down to the Montana border. So just wanted to update you on the work that we've been doing, some of the interesting things going on right now in private land conservation in Alberta, and then answer any questions that you might have. Great. Right. So because you're sort of probably more up to speed on some of the work that land trusts do, I'll go through this fairly quickly. And then if there are questions, we can go there. But I just wanted to give you an update on who we are, what we do, how our work hopefully aligns with the goals and objectives of the county. Why is private land conservation important for Southern Alberta? And you've already sort of referenced that, Rob. And then are there opportunities for collaboration? So SALTS is a unique land trust in that we were founded by ranchers almost 30 years ago. And the main push, and these were ranchers, you know, in Foothills, Pincher Creek and Willow Creek. And the main push was to create an organization that was run by people in the ranching community to support conservation and stewardship by ranchers. So we really exist to serve landowners. That is our main goal. And we support Alberta's economy by safeguarding all those really critical natural assets like grasslands, wetlands, all those things that are critical for Alberta's economy. We've been very active, especially in the last decade, but over the last 28 years, we've done over 70 conservation easements. We've now conserved more than 70,000 acres. We've supported the intergenerational transition of dozens of ranch families where, you know, some of these families are trying to pass the land on to the next generation. They can do a rollover if it's their kids, sometimes nieces, nephews, no, of course, but there's these massive capital gains liabilities on a lot of the ranches in the foothills and eastern slopes. And so we've been able to use conservation easements as a way to pass those ranches on intact, either through the estate or in advance, without pieces of the ranch having to be sold to pay capital gains tax to mitigate that liability. In the last few years, we've really also ramped up our stewardship efforts. So we found dollars through different partners, a number of different partners, And we've invested over $500,000 in range and riparian projects. This includes off-stream watering, electric fencing, invasive species management. So in addition to doing the conservation easements to keep the land in agriculture, we've now really been doing a lot of work to do that stewardship work with those landowners who really want to increase the level of their stewardship of their property. In Foothills County specifically, we've got about 12 conservation easements. I think that's with only about 8 landowners, and that conserves about 7,600 acres. And I did a very rough calculation. You probably got the right numbers, but I think that's about 1% of the private land. So and if you take, that's all the private land. There's 750,000 acres roughly of private land in the county. That's kind of what I did based on a rough calculation. If about a quarter of that is left as native grasslands and forests, we've protected maybe about 4% of private land that's still in that sort of natural state. So one of the concerns that people often raise with us is that land trusts, even though it's voluntary and the landowner is choosing to do it, is that we're sterilizing all this land. If you look at it in the context of what's actually been conserved in these really, really valuable areas through the choice of the landowner, we're actually a very small percentage of those really critical landscapes. So SALTS is really here to facilitate conservation easements for interested landowners who want to address those estate planning and capital gains issues, keeping land in the family and the community. A lot of them are motivated by just saying, look, when I sell the land or when I pass on, I really want that land to stay in ag. I don't want to see it converted to non-ag uses. And a conservation easement is a way to see that happen. And obviously, a lot of them also want to make sure that the watershed and habitat values on their land are preserved. Land trusts work in a lot of different ways. So there's a big spectrum of land trusts. SALTS, though, does not buy our own land. We only do conservation easements. We do not get involved in the day-to-day management of the operations. And we don't have any say in who the land is passed to. That landowner can, transfer it to their kids, sell it to their neighbor, do whatever they want. We don't have any say. The only limits are what the landowner wanted to see in the restrictions in the easement in terms of the future land use. I think probably your council here understands this pretty well, but obviously conservation easements are an agreement between the land trust and the landowner in perpetuity. It restricts activities that would typically degrade that landscape in terms of its long-term use for ranching, watershed habitat. The other thing these easements do is essentially the landowner is donating in return for a charitable donation receipt and in some cases some cash, the development rights. So the land is now, they've given up that development value. The land is now an ag value. So in theory, that means if someone in the community wants to buy it to keep ranching, they can buy that land at a reduced value. They're not having to pay the full development rights value. So for young ranchers, hopefully conservation easements mean that they can actually access ag land at a more reasonable cost. Obviously, each easement's unique. Landowners can retain building rights. In some places, we have lots of easements where they're like, I'd like to retain a building envelope here and here. And so there's flexibility in terms of the future, the future use of the land, as long as overall the number of building rights or development rights that are maintained still mean that land is primarily ag and primarily habitat and healthy watersheds. This is just some photos showing some of the various stewardship projects we do. We do a lot of work with water. And I know you know Foothills Land Trust, but there's 6 regional land trusts in Alberta. And then there's the 2 larger sort of national organizations, Nature Conservancy and Ducks Unlimited. But there are 6 organizations active in over 20 rural municipalities. Together, we've done about 125 conservation projects over 100,000 acres. Some of them have active support from municipalities. So Western Sky sort of partners a bit with the City of Calgary. Of course, you are actively involved with Foothills Land Trust. And then, of course, these regional land trusts have very strong rural ties in terms of board members, volunteers, donors, and our conservation easement holders. So you can probably answer this question better than I can, but I did a quick scan of your MDP, your growth management strategy, and your recent strat plan. And of course, there's lots of overlap with the work that we do. That stewardship of natural capital for future generations is something that we're trying to support. The growth management strategy was very clear about preserving productive ag lands, environment, particularly river valleys, wetlands, deserve protection, and then that country ambiance and wide open spaces. That's a lot of what our work is helping to do with landowners, is keep those open spaces And then, as you'll see, most of our work is in the Southwest District. And in that growth management strategy, the Southwest District was very clear that growth in this area must be sensitive to the scenic wildlife habitat and ag production in the Southwest District. And then the recent strat plan, it just talks about, of course, maintaining support for agricultural uses and limiting fragmentation, where ag is the dominant land use. So, from my perspective, I see a lot of really positive overlap between what SALTS is doing with landowners in Foothills and with the county's objectives. Sorry. So what are the key things? Ag is a key thing that we can help to support. Obviously, it's a key tool for landowners to keep land and ranching as they face development pressures. We can help ranch families with estate and tax planning. It limits fragmentation, which maintains economies of scale, because we know as parcels get smaller and smaller, it becomes harder and harder to make ranches, economically viable. And then, frankly, the Eastern Slopes have some of the most productive forage anywhere in Alberta. If you look at just the amount of forage that's produced along the Eastern Slopes, it's some of the best forage anywhere in Alberta. So, we can help to conserve that. Water is a huge one. If you look at where SALTS has worked with landowners in Foothills County, we have been able to protect long stretches of the Highwood, Pekisko Creek, Stimson Creek, Fish Creek, and of course, numerous wetlands. So a lot of our work is very focused on those riparian areas and making sure that they're not just staying intact and all the lands around them staying intact, but that they're being managed in a way that's, through support, through stewardship, that's going to be good for water. And this is just a really, really generic map of showing, this was some work we did to try and identify the areas on the landscape most important for water services. So the areas that are blue, if we keep them intact because of their soil, their groundwater vulnerability, their proximity to rivers and wetlands, if we keep them intact, they're going to keep water clean, they're going to store water, they're going to filter water, they're going to mitigate drought and floods. And so you can see that all of our projects are really targeting those areas that have really high value for watershed services. Wildlife, big benefit for Albertans, whether it's hunting, fishing, tourism, pest control, the general value of maintaining biodiversity in our landscape. Same thing, if you look at those areas, this is the Alberta Biodiversity Monitoring Institute layer that talks about areas that are still intact for biodiversity and wildlife. And so the more green it is, the more intact it is. Same thing you can see where SALT is working. We're working in those remaining intact landscapes to try and preserve that biodiversity. So what is the urgency? And I probably, again, don't need to convince you of this, but if you look at where there were intact grasslands pre-agriculture and then what is left today, this map shows that the pieces of green that are still left are intact grassland habitat on private land. The gray pieces are intact grasslands on public lands. And so you can see that there's really very little intact grassland left. And the Eastern Slopes of the Rockies is one of those areas where we still have these intact grasslands. And so I overlaid the borders of Foothills County on this map to show that, in that western portion of the county, you've still got these intact grasslands. And these are some of the maps that frankly got me involved in land conservation. And this story will be familiar to many of you, but so my grandmother was born in Pincher Creek in 1914, and Calgary was tiny. I don't know if it was 40, 50,000 people. My dad was born in Pincher Creek in 1945. I think Calgary was maybe 80 or 100,000 people. And so if you look at the amount of activity and human footprint that we've added to the landscape in one human lifetime in southwestern Alberta, it's huge. And so our family properties down on the Crow's Nest River and in the hills between Lee Lake and Lundbreck. And as a kid, I saw more and more subdivisions for 3, 4, 5 acre subdivisions on the Crow's Nest River occurring upstream and downstream of us, and realized that if we weren't proactive about maintaining some of these riparian corridors and habitat, that eventually a lot of this landscape would all be residential subdivision, rural recreational development, especially in the Eastern Slopes, where it's so beautiful and where there's, a lot of pressure for this. And so we see what is left of private land on the Eastern Slopes being fragmented every year more and more. This 2060 projection, the people that did this modeling, this is quite old, said this was just sort of standard growth year by year. It wasn't sort of an aggressive growth pattern. Of course, growth varies by, it depends on a lot of things happening, right? And so this may not be accurate, but the main point is that we're just seeing a continual expansion of human footprint in the foothills and the Eastern Slopes. And eventually, without being proactive through planning, the efforts of councils, the efforts of landowners and organizations like ours, the risk is that we lose those vital natural assets that we have. So, where are the opportunities for collaboration? I think, there is a lot of alignment. Part of our goal in coming and speaking to you is to see if we can do a better job of communicating with municipalities to say, how do your planning objectives align with the work that we're doing? And how can we focus our work to support what it is that you're trying to accomplish? And so that's one of the main reasons I'm here today. The other reason is that private land conservation we've had a bit of some speed bumps lately. So, our voluntary work with the ag sector has been supported by all political stripes over the last sort of 15 years. Started with the Conservatives started the Land Trust Grant Program 14 years ago. Under Ed Stelmach, Ted Morton was the one that launched that. And then that program, which doesn't come out of general revenue, it came out of the sale of Crown land. So a portion of the proceeds of Crown land sales were put into the Land Stewardship Fund, which then Land Trust could compete to try and access funds to conserve important, parcels of land. That was supported through the Conservatives, the NDP. Jason Kenney's government actually increased funding for the Land Trust Grant Program. And then last year, the current government canceled the program altogether. And we understand the main concern is that there were concerns about perpetual conservation. And so the government has pivoted towards what you could call term or temporary conservation. So funding to potentially conserve parcels of land for 25 or 30 years. The concern that we have, there may be cases where term conservation makes sense. The concern we have along the Eastern Slopes is that the development pressures are probably not going to back away. So 25 years from now, you may have protected that parcel, but the pressure to convert it 25 years from now is even going to be higher. The value's higher, the pressure converts higher. So you've spent dollars protecting something for 25 years, effectively just delaying the inevitable. The other risk with term conservation, especially on the Eastern Slopes, is that 20 years or 15 years into that term conservation agreement, someone who wants to develop that land could just buy the land at full price and wait out the agreement. Because, they just know that 10 years from now, the agreement will be gone and I can develop it. So we're certainly interested in some of these tools the government's looking at in terms of term conservation and payments for ecosystem services, but completely backing away from the support for perpetual conservation is going to be a challenge for us. And so, yeah, we're in a challenging situation right now. The other thing is the federal government, who started supporting private land conservation under Stephen Harper, almost 20 years ago now. There were funding mechanisms for that over the last many years. So we could combine federal and provincial dollars to do these projects. In the last federal budget, there was no funding for nature or private land conservation. Now, there is a new nature strategy the federal government's released. We don't know if those dollars are going to come towards voluntary private land conservation or not, but just want to give you that context that we've been in a really good position to support landowners for the last 10 years who want to do conservation easements. But it's a more challenging landscape right now in terms of I have a list of people who want to work with us, and a lot of them are people that are trying to retire and they want to do a conservation easement before they retire. And right now we just don't have the resources to work with them. And these are folks predominantly in Foothills, Willow Creek and Pincher Creek. And so we've saying to them, we'll do our best, we'll try and work with you, but right at this point, we don't have the funds to actually move ahead with conservation easements on your property. So didn't mean to end on a downer, but I wanted to give you an update of the funding realities right now in Alberta for this kind of work. And I'll stop there and open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to council for any questions they may have. Just I guess back to your final closing comment there. With the province now moving the land trust grant program to term rather than perpetual, it's my understanding that CRA views term easements different than perpetual easements. Could you highlight that a little bit?
Yeah, so at this point, there is no, so the only way that we can offer a charitable donation receipt is through a perpetual easement, either through the formal eco gift program or just through a capital gift. And that is because effectively the landowner is transferring value to you, an interest in the land in perpetuity. With term easements, we cannot offer the charitable donation receipt. So term easements, as we understand right now, are going to be a pure cash basis. So you'll be paying the landowner cash for that period of time that they're agreeing to not develop. But because of that, it does not help a lot of these landowners that both want to conserve their land but need the charitable donation receipt. Yeah.
Deputy Reeve.
Well, thanks for the presentation and the update and the reality check. They're canceling a few programs and kind of heading in different directions here on a couple of things, including water and air. Question on the aspect of when you do receive a request for a conservation easement, the ones that you continue to work on, do you request an endowment or some form of financial support so that it can be supported over time and that it's not then the burden of the Southern Alberta Land Trust? So is that something you still do?
Absolutely. And in fact, those funds that we set aside to do the long-term stewardship and monitoring are a must. Like, we have a policy. Our board won't allow us to proceed on a project unless we set aside a certain number of funds. And for each project, we need to do a bit of a risk assessment. So if it's a really big ranch and there's going to be long-term costs to monitor that property, we need to put more money aside. If, for example, we've done some very large easements west of Calgary on the Jumping Pound, which is great for Calgary's long-term source water because we're just seeing that whole area become housing developments. And the city of Calgary is supportive and the Calgary Foundation is supportive. Cochrane is supportive. But we know that when you've got a property like a ranch that's worth $20 million and the easement has now reduced that value, someone in the future might say, hey, we want to take a run at this because we can get that easement off, the land value doubles. And so we have to set aside a big chunk of change in essentially our legal defense fund as well.
Wow.
So SALT's has an endowment now about $12 million. And that's restricted only to covering our costs to monitor and work with the landowners and then also to do legal defense. But so it's $12 million, but the value of the easements we've done over 28 years are about 120 million. It'd be more now because if that's the value at the time the easements were done, and some were done 25 years ago. So we've got about 120 million in assets, or it's really a liability because we have to make sure that we support that conservation value in perpetuity. And we've set aside about 10% of that to protect those easements long-term. And that's really the biggest funding challenge we have is to do the easement itself. We have some landowners who say, look, I can't deal with a 5 million charitable receipt to make my whole estate thing go. I've got some kids who want to stay in the ranch, some that want to leave the ranch. If you can give me a $4 million charitable receipt and then pay me, $1 million, or if you give me $500,000 in cash and $4.5 million charitable receipt, then I can retire, help the kid that's not on the ranch, pass the ranch on to the kids that want to stay, mitigate the capital gains, and it all works. And so sometimes we actually need cash for the landowners. We have many landowners who say, I'll do it 100% charitable donation receipt. And in that case, we just need our costs, so appraisal, legal, staff time, and then money for the endowment. And that can range on a project from, a small quarter section, all in might be able to do that for $70,000. 5,000 acre ranch, we might need 250,000 in terms of endowment and project costs. So there's a big range there in terms of our cost to deliver that easement, depending on the size.
Thank you. I have one more question. So just going down another wormhole, I just wonder why, and I don't know if you had a chance for like an input into this change from the in perpetuity to term conservation, is that's always been a discussion that we've had at rural municipalities, and other municipalities have been discussing this somewhat as well. And that is the ability for the minister to actually extinguish a conservation easement through a ministerial order has always been there.
Mhm.
Don't know that they've removed it. So I wonder, had they not considered something like that when you heard about this change, that they already had the power to change it, or is they just don't want to deal with it internally in the provincial government?
I think it's largely a philosophical issue. You're right, they do ultimately have the power. I mean, it would be a big deal to extinguish an easement, but they do have the power to do that. I think some of this stuff you've heard at RMA and some of the things we've heard within government is just this, it's a fundamental philosophical issue that nothing should be set aside in perpetuity. Everything at some point should be available for development or some kind of human activity. I guess the challenge, the big challenge is that, to me, many land uses are perpetual, right? If you take a river valley and you put 3-acre subdivisions in it, that river valley's changed forever. I mean, it might change 1,000 years from now, it might, turn back to normal, but that's a perpetual land use change. If you take native grass in the foothills and you turn them to canola, that is effectively a perpetual land use change. That native grass will take centuries, if ever, to come back. So there's a philosophical argument out there that we shouldn't be protecting anything in perpetuity. But from my perspective, land use changes are all perpetual decisions. It's just, are you deciding to have them preserved in one state or another? And I think there's a view that a landowner, shouldn't have that right to say, I want to see it conserved forever. Even if it's been that way for 5,000 years and provides clean water and habitat and wildlife corridors and grazing. And so I think it's a philosophical difference. The other philosophical challenge I think we're having is that we've always struggled with the recognition that clean water, viewscapes, wildlife for habitat, for fishing, for hunting, grazing are all really important economic benefits. But when you look at those economic benefits versus construction or gravel or, housing development, there's a philosophical view that these are economic benefits. These are kind of soft, nice to haves, right? And it's very hard because we can't put tangible economic value always on water or viewscapes or wildlife. And so that's also where I think we're losing the argument right now philosophically, is that there isn't a recognition of the economic value, which is amazing when you think of the people that drive down the Cowboy Trail every year from all around the world through that private land and say, this is the most beautiful landscape I've ever been through. And, I come to Alberta and there's no place I'd rather drive than the Cowboy Trail. So we know there's real economic benefits, but anyway, I don't know if that's helpful, Suzanne, but I think that's the point we're at, is these philosophical differences around both perpetual land use changes and then economic value.
Great. Well, thanks for the discussion.
Yeah.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. You touched briefly on the size. Is there a restriction of size that you guys deal with, or is a quarter kind of the minimum, or would you do a partial of a quarter?
Yeah, no, there is no size limit. Like, it's the challenge for us is that, the cost to do something small is not that different, other than the endowment piece. Yeah. But our staff time and effort is similar for a quarter versus, a section. But we have now done easements from 4 acres to 12,000 acres. So that is the range.
Yep.
I would say as the parcels get smaller, we have to know that it's a really critical piece. So often those small pieces we've done are like right along a river riparian corridor, or they're in an existing wildlife corridor that we've done all this work on, and it's the last little piece of the puzzle. So we can't typically, and our funding that we used to have provincially and federally, we had to compete and argue why this project was important for every dollar. And so we'll have people approach us and say, I'd love to keep my quarter of grass in grass, but if it's surrounded, say, by, cropland, sometimes we have a hard case to make that piece long-term is one we can invest in versus a piece over here that's part of a intact landscape where there's other conservation. So there's all those considerations as well.
Okay, and part two of that, does it need to be in its own title? Or could it be a part of a quarter? Or as you said, if a creek runs through a quarter and you want to protect?
Yeah, no, I mean, right now we do easements on a single title. So the way we address that really is either the parcel would have to be subdivided in advance, or what we do is we carve out these building envelopes. So we can have quite a large property that has cultivated land, like hayland, native grassland, and then building sites. And within that easement, we just say, here's cultivated land, you can keep cultivating. Here's hay, you can break that up and replant it back to forage. Here's the native, it's going to stay native. And then here's a 5-acre parcel over here where you can put a new house, barn. We do flexibility within, but we don't typically say the easement only applies to part of the title. It applies to all the titles that are included.
Yeah.
And then we create these exemptions effectively.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and one more if I may.
Yeah.
Just going back, you kind of went through it pretty quick. Going back to the capital gains.
Mhm.
So a perpetual easement, so a rancher gives his land to Salts and then passes it on to the kids. But you said the land can still be available for sale, but it still stays within Salts still?
Well, so this is the interesting thing. The only interest we have in the land is the easement. So the landowner is effectively transferring this partial interest to us, but they still own the land.
Yeah.
And our only interest is the terms of that agreement that's on title. And so it's kind of a funny thing. Like, it is a legal interest in land, but the only legal interest we have is as described in the agreement, which says, you got to block a native, you're not going to turn it into canola. You're not going to subdivide it for, 5-acre parcels. And that's the only interest we have. So when they go to pass it on to their kids or niece or nephew, or even if they sell it, the restrictions run with the land, but the land itself and the title is still theirs. And so they can mortgage it, sell it, transfer it. It just runs with those restrictions.
But it stays in Salts with the new owner.
Exactly. Stays in Salts with the new owner. And so the capital gains benefit, which is interesting, especially with the eco-gift program, which is where it's certified through the federal government, is that not only do you get a donation receipt for the value of the easement. So let's say the land is worth 5 million, now it's worth 2.5. We give you a charitable donation for 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a deemed disposition, you go to sell the property, you only pay capital gains on 2.5. So that charitable receipt value is taken right off the capital gains calculation.
Yeah.
So not only do you get a reduction in the calculation of capital gains, if there's capital gains on the 2.5 million, you use your charitable receipt donation and you mitigate those as well. And so we've seen cases where very large ranches can be passed on to the kids. And obviously with the kids, they could with kids push that capital gains liability through a rollover, but they can also get rid of all of them. The kids get the land at the new cost base. Mom and dad's cost base was 0.
Yeah.
With the easement now it's 2 million, not 5, but the kids get it at 2. So they're starting without that tax liability going forward. So it's a pretty neat tool if it aligns with the landowner's objectives.
Sign me up. I'm ready.
Great.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. You're preaching to the choir in this corner. So regarding the Cowboy Trail, I know it's a provincial highway, so we don't have any say, I guess, on the municipal level. We have maybe, but yeah, do we need to start charging a toll? I mean, the provincial park, Kananaskis, COVID prompted that with all the use there. Now you have to pay $20 or you can get a yearly pass to go there. Why are we not? It's like a world renowned area. And if we don't save it, what is going to happen? And maybe we have to start tolling people. If you want to drive through here and see what we have preserved here and what is here, you got to pay.
Yeah. And I think, that's a really good conversation. And I would hope that the provincial government would be really open to suggestions and ideas from municipalities around how to preserve these iconic tourism landscapes. The other thing that's a small step that would be very helpful, for example, to Salts, is this, if as you're looking at your MDP and your planning documents, if there's this recognition that the Cowboy Trail is this incredible tourism asset that the county would like to see preserved long-term. And obviously there's a whole ag piece to it as well, that we're preserving all that amazing ag land. But if that could be really clear, that would help organizations like SALTS when we go to the government and say, hey, we've got a landowner here wants to conserve this huge strip of land next to the highway. So there'll never be houses there. And there'll always be cattle grazing, and there'll be ranchers out there on their horseback, so that 100 years from now, people can still come to the Cowboy Trail and there's still cowboys on the Cowboy Trail. Those kinds of sort of clear objectives and statements would help organizations like ours and Foothills Land Trust to be able to go to the provincial government and say, look, there's a clear desire to see this conserved. We have a tool that can do that when landowners are interested. So maybe those are some of the things that we could talk about. I'm not making any promises that the government will support that. I've never actually had a conversation with Alberta Tourism. Like, Alberta Tourism should be looking at these iconic tourism areas and saying, how do we partner with municipalities and land trusts and landowners to keep them the way they are? So very open to ideas. The whole toll issue, we probably stay away from that. We could let you take that that fight to the government, but I agree. Like, I think that it's nice to say the Cowboy Trail is beautiful and it attracts all these visitors, and isn't it great? But what are we actually doing about it, right? To keep it intact.
Yeah, and once it's gone, once there's like 50 subdivisions along the Cowboy Trail, it's no longer. The appeal is gone.
Absolutely. That's back to that perpetual land use, right? Folks are saying, SALT, you shouldn't be allowed to keep that the way it is. But once it's been converted to a different land use, there's really no going back. That's perpetual as well. So to me, it's this choice, like which parts of the landscape that have these values, whether it's water or tourism or agriculture, that we really want to see stay that way as the rest of the landscape gets converted to other land uses.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else. So thank you again for coming. We really appreciate the presentation. We really appreciate the work that you guys are doing to preserve these delicate lands.
Well, thanks very much. And I'm due to come back and meet with your planning staff to get in touch with them and learn more about what's going on. So thanks for the opportunity.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks
Have
very
a good
much.
day.
Thanks.
Okay, perhaps it'd be appropriate to just have this on our minutes, just to acknowledge the presentation from SALTS, if anybody wanted to give that motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's, we got some guys in the back. Let's go to our B8, 574 Greenhaven View Servicing Options Report, page 38 of our agenda. Engineering technologist Patrick Antle, you've got some additional stuff to share with us in our presentation here.
Good morning, Foothills County, and Mr. Reeve and Council. As Council will recall, following the public hearing for this item, a motion was made to postpone the decision regarding the site-specific amendment to allow the Public Works Department to investigate options for 574 Greenhaven View. Some quick background and a refresher for Council here. So development permit application for the dwelling was submitted and conditionally approved in fall of 2022. The development permit submission included all the typical development permit application requirements, and notably a signed declaration of understanding for wastewater servicing to ensure that a compliant septic system is installed. To date, the conditions of the DP have not been finalized due to the installation of holding tanks rather than the required septic system. In September of 2024, a new development permit application was submitted for the subject parcel for an accessory building and lot grading associated with the excavation and construction of an outdoor pool. Upon review of this application, the county was informed that 2 5,000-gallon on-site wastewater holding tanks were installed instead of the required tertiary treatment system. As such, the applicant submitted a site-specific amendment for council's consideration. This development permit is currently deemed incomplete until the non-compliance wastewater system that was installed on the subject parcel is addressed. During the public hearing, council requested that Public Works follow up with representatives associated with another development where a similar situation had occurred. This matter dates back to the early 2000s, during which time the site was reportedly rehabilitated and a septic system installed following excavation in the area designated for the septic field. Public Works did attempt to contact the relevant parties. However, due to the passage of more than 20 years, we were unable to locate any related documentation or information that could be shared. Also for consideration, during this time frame, the guidelines and requirements have been updated several times within the Alberta Private Sewage System Standards of Practice. Therefore, council directed that a report be commissioned through one of the engineering consultants holding a master service agreement with Foothills County. Public Works proceeded accordingly, and ISL Engineering was the successful proponent from the request for proposals process and was engaged to complete the work under the applicable MSA. Questions were also raised regarding the condition of disturbed soils within the backyard and whether those soils could be reconditioned to a previously acceptable state for construction of a septic system. Independently, both ISL and Foothills County contacted qualified geotechnical engineering professionals to discuss the matter. The conclusion from both inquiries was that the existing soils, which had been previously disturbed, could be reestablished for installation of a septic field system. A geotechnical engineer would need to be engaged to provide an appropriate methodology to recondition the disturbed soils to a condition acceptable for the septic design. In conclusion, the report was provided to both Foothills County and the homeowner and was commissioned to explore potential options for providing an approved septic system that complies with both the requirements of the Greenhaven development, provincial standards, and the applicable conditions outlined in the agreement signed by the homeowner or their representatives. You'll also find a copy of the report included with your agenda package. The purpose of the report was not to deliver a final solution or a detailed system design, but rather to identify potential septic system options. Based upon the findings of the ISL engineering report, there are 5 viable options which allow for a compliant septic system to be installed. The homeowner may choose to pursue the option which best suits their preference and needs. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council. Deputy Reeve Old.
All right, maybe I'll start this off here. Couple of questions here to start with, and then maybe comments. Just question on just thinking this through now that we've seen this, we've seen the previous reports that were presented to us during the hearing, and I reviewed them and reviewed the ISL and your staff report. So it just leads me to a couple of questions about consequences, because as I was reading through, I saw a lot of disclaimers and a lot of listing of constraints and concerns about anyone really taking on any or standing behind what was put forward in this report. And then looking at the concerns that were addressed in the previous report. So I'm just trying to make sense of it all. So my 2 questions are going forward with one direction or the other directions for our decision today. So the one question is, what would be the consequence to Foothills County if we deny the application for the site-specific amendment and ask them to build a septic system that could fail? So that's my first question. And I'll ask the 2 questions and then I'll repeat them just so you can see I'm flipping to both sides here. What are the consequences to Foothills County if we are to approve the tanks regarding neighbor concerns, legal repercussions, or precedent setting? So those are the 2 questions that I'm trying to weigh. So number 1 is the consequences to Foothills County if we deny the application and have them build a septic system that fails as per their engineering reports. What's the consequences to Foothills County with that?
Sure, and VM might have something to add to this as well, but it's my understanding that should council decide to refuse the application and require the septic system to be installed, that it would need to be reviewed by a qualified geotechnical professional to require those or to make those recommendations, and they would be professionally liable based on that. The county would not offer any sort of warranty or be responsible for the system installed, as those professionals do take that liability under their scope of practice.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And then just could we dive into the other one? I know this is pretty hard and I see that in all professional capacities, only the designer is going to take on any risk or consequences. And so it's pretty hard for us here. The second question, and I appreciate you taking this on, it's not easy. Consequences to Foothills County if we are to approve the tanks. Concerns from the neighbors came forward, and I don't know what other repercussions could come forward. When I look back at the other material, there was a couple of properties identified within the development that may need pump out tanks as well. So that came out as well. So I just wonder if it really is truly a precedent. And then secondly, if we were to approve the tanks, could we also have some form of a mitigation strategy to ensure that some of the concerns of the neighbors were addressed? There was noise, large trucks. I mean, there's maybe other things that can be done, maybe a few things related to alarms and some identified deficiencies on the tank that came out in the report. So just wondering your thoughts on if we were to approve the tank, what kind of conditions would we put in place to address any county concerns?
Through the chair to Deputy Revol. Just want to touch on those. I believe there's 3 properties identified initially that where pump out tanks were the only option. And the history on that one is just that's where the massive stockpile was for the area. So the soils were compressed. However, there's a new report done for those lots. We have a new PSTS report where a system can be installed, a mechanical system with a field, but it was limited. The house was limited to a certain amount of bedrooms. So it was to be a smaller house, bedrooms or washrooms. So there is a new report for those. And in regards to what can be done, I just recall our main concern for these is always the roads. If this is a one-off, it's still a concern, but if other properties were to have tanks, the roads is a concern. It depends what kind of truck the company sends. Sometimes they'll send one of their smaller trucks. Sometimes they do loops through the county and they'll send a bigger truck. Just having that traffic on the roads. And also, as you mentioned, I heard during the public hearing talks about alarms that are on the outside of the house, maybe having them on the inside of the house just for that noise. But just from our side, it's mostly just the roads we're concerned about if there was to be these pump out tanks or more of them.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't want to monopolize. Is there someone else?
Go ahead.
Okay, so after reading, I just read all of the really excellent suggestions that were made for the different systems and that. And to me, it seems like this was a review of information more so. And I understand now from what you've stated that really we're not recommending anything. We're just suggesting there is these options that could be done, but you need your own engineer to verify it. And, you know, that person would take the risk. So I noticed several times in the report, and especially the final conclusion in the report was a huge disclaimer on whether, I mean, it did identify a few times in the report as well that a statement about constraints. And so the constraints which was identified was the disturbed soils. And so throughout the report, in every case, it always mentions that, and then the big disclaimer, it says it in the end. So it does lead me to ask this question as to how can we verify that our recommendation would stand for working in the disturbed soils? And you did, so in our staff report on page 39, you did make a statement in the staff report that they could, so you're saying they could be reconditioned, but then in the report that comes, the ISL report, it says that they can't guarantee that the reconditioning of the soil would work.
Through the chair to Deputy Revol. The disclaimer is for sure something you'll always see on these reports. Just with regards to the soil, I believe there's two factors here. You have the excavated pool area and then everything outside of that. Now, our direction to ISL was to keep it simple without anything technical. Do a review of the site. We gave them all the information, previous PSTSs, everything that the landowners and developers and home builders done for the specific property to review. They met on site, and the question was, review all of this. Can a proper system be installed, or is it impossible? No, it can't be done. The tanks have to stay. So it wasn't just for them to review and give options. The result of this ISL study could have for sure been, if they determined there's no other option, that would have been the result of this study. So that was, to keep it plain, that was the direction to ISL. Can this be done or can't it be done? And so they ended up coming back saying, yes, it can be done. And these are the 5 options of how it can be done. Now, that part, of course, you're going to have to find a geotechnical engineer willing to do the work. You're going to have to find a septic designer that can design this as well. That wasn't part of the scope. It was basically, can this be done or can't it be done? Hopefully that answers that question.
Thank you. And I have more, but I'm sure someone else wants to speak.
Actually, you're the only one on the board.
Oh,
You got more questions.
okay. Well, if you don't mind, I'll go on with my thought process. I guess I'm thinking about this from the landowner's point of view, as well as the county's liability, and request that we really consider everybody following the same marching orders here, so that we don't have disputes, precedent setting, and all those things. And we did have concerned neighbors, and they don't want to see it. But I also see the concern to me is what we're asking achievable? And in looking at the reports that came in on the first round, which we're able to speak to today, as we are still able to recall what happened in the hearing. So when I saw what came in the first round versus what I see as a great evaluation of information, I'm just concerned that we aren't able to really stand behind our recommendation. We're making the recommendation, but we're not standing behind it. And so I wonder how the landowner can proceed if there is in fact a problem executing the system on their property. And there's a lot of constraints on that particular parcel. I want to be clear, I'm not in favor of the pool. I think the pool is not a great idea on the edge of a hill where the weight and all that could end up sloughing off the whole hill. And I've seen it. I've got experience in seeing this stuff happening. So I'm not an engineer yet. I'm not stating that, but I'm not in favor of a pool, knowing the huge liability of that and the hole there and the destabilization that comes with that hole. But I just wonder if we can't really stand behind what we're recommending, how can we not be liable if we ask the landowner, the homeowner, to do this and then it fails?
Through the chair, the solution here, in my mind, it's more money. It's to do a geotechnical test, to get a drilling rig back there, and that's going to answer the question. That's the question ISL wasn't willing to. That's why that statement is in the report, right? And we've had different geotechnicals say different things. Of course, this area can be reclaimed. The pool, I think, we didn't even include it. We're not looking for a field to go in there, nothing. But in my mind, if let's say it can be done, why can't the tanks be buried in that spot and then the field outside of it? But I believe, I'm not sure, we did ask for a quote. It is an additional cost to the landowner, the builder, the developer, potentially. But that is, to answer that question completely, that's probably, if council wanted to go that way, I just want to be careful that we're not designing anything here. We're just making sure that this is something that answers all the questions, I guess. That is really the only area, I guess.
Well, thank you for exploring the idea. And the last idea I'd like to explore is the tanks are already in place. And so as a consequence of something working, maybe perhaps starting to work and then it fails, and I did see it was explored a bit in in the report that it was potentially with some retrofitting, these tanks could be used as part of the system or something like that. But who knows if that would work or not. But, you know, there was a few different options and timing and different tanks and so on and different systems, and everything was explored here. But if something doesn't work, if it does end up working due to footprint or soils or other issues, the end result is they would have to use a pump out system, and that's already in place. And so for me, that just seems logical that with all the problems that are in existence for this particular property, and then we're not exploring a boundary adjustment to give them more land or anything like that. We're just looking at fitted in and all the constraints that are in there and conditions that are in there, that this is already in existence, and why would we go to a different solution? And we recognize all of the history of how this came about, and everybody disclosed all of that in the last hearing, and that was something was missed, and they came back, and out of honesty, applying for their development permit, it was all revealed that this problem was in existence. So their honesty brought them to this consequence. But it's lasted so long in terms of all of our exploration and all of the answers that we're trying to achieve here. And I was kind of hoping to have something a little more conclusive, but you're suggesting that it is conclusive, and I'm questioning it because of all the disclaimers that I'm reading, and that doesn't really answer the question on the soils. So that kind of leads me to the point where I'm leaning towards more in favor of keeping the tanks versus going the other route. So that's where I'm landing on it. But it from a thorough evaluation of everything, it really is a complicated matter. And I also want to consider the heart of it, which is the landowner, the homeowner who never knew any of this was going on and is basically stuck in this position. So that's part of where I'm coming from, but I also represent, as a county, county person, I want to make sure that we've explored it all, that we're all of us, all these reports, all these things, everything we're saying here is all full of disclaimers. So thank you for listening. It was just me exploring some ideas.
Hey, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, with reading all these reports, I actually am leaning towards the fact that it's been given 5 different options, and I just think that it would be, with these 5 different options, I feel that it would be difficult to find all of them to fail. Thank you.
Anybody else? So we do have options on page 40. So one would be approval, the grant first reading to the application for the site-specific amendment to allow the non-compliant wastewater holding tanks to remain. Second option would be refusal. We're all very talkative. I'll go back to Deputy Revel.
I'd like to test out option 1, which is approval. And I would like to ask for some conditions that mitigation be provided to all the concerns that we heard from the neighboring residents, so that any concerns they have can be thoughtfully considered, and then the county's concern for the road as well. So whatever there were, I don't remember them all. Perhaps they might be listed here, because I don't know if I can make a nebulous recommendation here, but I would really like to consider the county's concerns in relation to this one-off. So that I'm just going to test this out, and I don't know if anyone wants more clarity on that, or if someone wants to provide any other comments. Thanks.
So a condition be added? I'm not sure exactly I understand. Director Hemingway, maybe?
Maybe we might have to review what the concerns were that were brought forth by the community. We are not able to stop alarms or noise from trucks. That will just simply be unenforceable and not ideal, as these alarms need to go off. So they're critical for the infrastructure for those pump out tanks. And I don't recall what other concerns there were other than trucks and noise. Yeah, and we can't do anything. We just have to expect that that's going to happen and be aware of that. We could condition the site-specific amendment to require a road use agreement for the internal roads associated with the traffic, and could require the payment of a fee in order to offset any wear and tear on they're solidly paved roads in there, but we could require a road use agreement. So the execution of a road use agreement, which typically requires a payment of a deposit. It would not go into perpetuity. It would exist in a moment in time. So just be aware of that. There would be limitations on that. And that would, I also think that a new development permit needs to be issued that actually speaks to the development on the entirety of the parcel, so that they're very clear that there is no pool being constructed. And we want to understand, the development on the parcel better. So I would suggest a new development permit be issued, a new development permit be applied for, and would be issued on the basis of the approval of council to allow for the pump out tank, but also to ensure that what's happening in the backyard, which was all done without any permissions, is very clearly not going to occur.
Okay, I'm just gonna go back to Deputy Vole quick. Does that
Sure,
capture?
I agree with that. And I wonder also, I guess the conditions would be to recognize the impact, but again, some of which can be mitigated, some not. But road use agreement, smaller truck, are we allowed to even ask for a smaller truck?
Be no way for us to enforce that. It would be up to the company that whoever lives in the house utilizes to call to bring that in. They said in over a period of time, the trucks that will be used will be up to the company that does the work.
Okay, well, I'm sure that the applicants would hear that concern, as well as the interactions ongoing with their neighbors would be helpful to them to mitigate. But I'd be amenable to the suggestions from the Director of Planning on that, and if that's amenable to council, and obviously we'll test this out.
Okay, so we have that motion for first reading with the additional condition of road use agreement and a new DP. Do I get that correct? Okay, Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think about this as like there's been no design for a pool. I mean, in order to have a pool there, you'd have to have a study done to say that a pool would be suitable near that slope. And if that fails, is this all for naught? That should have just put a mound septic field back there and call it a day and move on. I having a pool there, like how you're filling it with you're filling it and emptying it yearly. It just seems problematic from the get-go. And those are my thoughts. I'm not, keeping the tanks in place have posed problems too. We had neighbors come and speak against it. It's a difficult situation. I don't know which way to go on this. I wish the area councillor was here to help us out with it, but those are just my thoughts at the moment.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would concur that it would be nice to have the councillor of the area present for this. This is a very contentious issue. I don't think I can support Deputy Revol's motion. When I look at this report and see 5 options, if I looked at the report and saw 1 option, then I would be a little bit more torn. But there's 5 options. As I looked through the report, I highlighted lots of places where it said several potential sites for tertiary treatment system. Installation of a tertiary system remains feasible within the site constraints. Backyard remains as a potential area to support the system. Option one can be designed, like there's lots of positives, yes, there's lots of negatives. Expected to perform adequately at the site, offer effective and reliable solution. So like I said, if there was only one option, I'd have a little bit more concern. There's 5 options here that are showing potential. And as was spoken to, there was lots of people here at the public hearing that did not want to be part to a vacuum truck coming in every couple of weeks to deal with this resident. So I can't support the motion at this time. Thanks.
Anybody else? Deputy Revol, closing comments.
Sure. Last comment is just referred to in numerous places in the report. It says the only, I'll take one out of the mound for an example. The only remaining consideration is that the soil in the proposed area has been previously disturbed. A geotechnical engineer will provide guidance on reconditioning the soil to be able to accommodate the mound system for a long-term use. This geotechnical consideration will need to be a part of the mound system design and construction. So what you're seeing are ideas, but you don't actually know if it's feasible. So I don't know how we can conclude that it's feasible based on the fact that we don't have all the information to be able to say with certainty that we can say that these proposed ideas are going to move forward. So I guess I just don't feel certain about it, and that's my reason why we have an existing solution here and why I support the existing solution. So I see that there's a lot of risk to it still, and there's not really a clear answer, and that nobody's going to stand behind it unless the person who's doing the engineering, the final engineering, will even commit to it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion for approval with not approval, but first reading with a couple of additional conditions. I don't see anything further, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That motion fails. Who would like to propose another motion or direction? Councillor Kendall.
I'll give you that motion to just hang on a second. Where's my page?
Page 40, I believe.
I would give you the motion to refuse. I agree that there are several options here to recondition the soil. I don't think you'd have five options put forth if there weren't some options here. So I see this as a feasible going forward.
Okay, motion for refusal from Councillor Kendall. Certainly a difficult situation. Anybody else? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Look for a motion to break for lunch if you're amenable. From Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. It is 1:30. I'll open the public hearing for Deka Ventures, Southeast 22, 21 West of 5, redesignation ag to DC 26, page 125 of our council agenda. Ms. Stanley, would you please introduce council and administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In council this afternoon, we have Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Siebert, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Ellen Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearing this afternoon. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer today, that is Planner Caroli. Following that, we'll go to the applicant for any presentation or comments that you guys have. Following that, we'll go to any members of the public that wish to speak. And from there, we will go to closing comments, first to the applicant and then back to planning officer. At each step along the way, we will give council and administration an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planner Crowley, please proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you is a request to redesignate the subject 70.09 acre parcel from agricultural district to direct control district number 26 to allow a commercial kennel to operate on site as well as a dog park. The parcel is within Division 2. The subject parcel is located approximately 2 kilometers west of the town of Okotoks and is bordered by Highway 7 west to the south. It is approximately 700 meters south of the Sheep River. The southeast quarter section of Section 22, Township 20, Range 1, west of the 5th Meridian, was subdivided to its current configuration with 2 agricultural district parcels in 2012, including the subject parcel. Between 1993 and 2024, country residential parcels were subdivided from adjacent quarter sections, with 13 located to the north and northwest, 3 located to the west and south. Agricultural land was also subdivided in the south and north adjacent quarter sections. As you can see in the south quarter section, a creek was surveyed within that area. In 2016, the parcel to the north requested redesignation to direct control number 29, which is for limited public and commercial arena, to transfer their approved private arena into a limited public arena with horse boarding. However, council's decision was tabled to a future meeting, with the applicant required to provide support from adjacent landowners to register a future road dedication agreement. No decision was taken on this application. In 2020, the parcel to the west was approved for the redesignation to direct control number 29 and currently has a limited public riding arena, horse boarding, a training facility, and riding lessons approved uses. Looking at the physiography, the parcel is mostly flat, with drainage on the north section and a recurrent minor stream crossing the south portion of the parcel, with both flowing into Spring Creek, which is a tributary of Sheep River. There is a potential wetland at the southeast corner of the subject parcel. Spring Creek is surveyed upstream of the subject parcel within the quarter section to the south. There is presently no development on the property with the exception of 2 existing water wells. Access to the property is through an existing approach to the southwest, shown here, and passes through these gates. The access road follows the entire west property line and is shared by access easement to the 2 parcels to the north. Foothills County is party to these easements to ensure they remain in force as long as there is no other illegal access to the road or highway. The proposal asks council to consider redesignation of this agricultural parcel to Direct Control District number 26 to allow for a commercial kennel and dog park on this parcel. The north portion is to contain the kennel operation, whereas the south portion is to contain the dog park operation. The entire property is to be enclosed by 4-foot high mesh fencing. Although the details of the operation will need to be determined by a development permit after a redesignation approval, both of these areas will be quickly summarized. The kennel portion to the north is planned to be accessed through a private and public gate in the access road. It is intended to have a primary building containing a single-family dwelling, a secondary suite, a reception area, internal kennel training space, and storage. It also intends to have residential and kennel yards near the primary building. Additional installations are to have an outdoor competition ring, a training and event building to be added within 5 years, and a covered dump trailer for animal feces. Screening is to be provided by berms on the north and east sides, while it is to be provided by trees on the west and south side. The proposed operation is to have dog training services, board and train programs, and competition venues for up to 10 events per year. Boarding capacity would be of up to 45 dogs and 10 cats at any time, with breeding limited to 1 litter per year. Daily water use is estimated at up to 2,500 liters. The dog park portion is to be accessed by a parking lot at the southwest corner, which has a gate that is to be 40 meters from the highway on the access road. It is to contain 5 off-leash dog parks between 5 and 11 acres in size, all originating from the parking lot, and which are reserved online for 1-hour periods from sunrise to sunset. These dog parks will be surrounded by 6-foot fencing and have 15-foot buffers between them, as well as extensive treed landscaping. Screening is to be provided by Caragana hedges along the fence lines and Highway 7. Dog feces will be removed by customers and disposed of in garbage cans throughout the site, which are collected daily to a covered dump trailer within the north section and shipped to the landfill on a weekly basis. The application was externally circulated to those agencies as required under the Municipal Government Act. ATCO Gas and ATCO Transmission provided written responses stating no concerns. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors has required for a traffic impact assessment memo to be prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted due to increased traffic volume. The application was circulated to the county's Public Works Department, who recommends a lot grading and overland drainage plan to be provided as condition of development due to the proposed berms for screening purposes. They also require comment and/or requirements from Alberta Environment and Protected Areas to be provided regarding the seasonal drainage and potential wetland, and advise that the applicant is to obtain any necessary approvals. The application was circulated to landowners within a half-mile of the subject parcel within the county, shown in blue. Notice of this public hearing was advertised in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on April 22nd and April 29th. 2 written submissions were received prior to today's hearing. This concludes my presentation, Mr. Reeve and Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you may have. I don't see any, so we will go to the applicants. If you wanted to start by introducing yourselves and then proceed with any presentation or comments that you have.
Thank you. We've got a presentation PowerPoint we're just pulling up here.
And we'll share the screen for that.
Hi, thank you so much for your time today. We're definitely very appreciative of all your time today. My name is Romy, and this is my partner, Alex. Today, we wanted to talk a little bit more about ourselves and introduce ourselves to you because we feel like our qualifications do matter in this project.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Alex McNeil. I'm a canine search and rescue handler with 10 years of experience and experience in training dozen plus dogs who are now certified for cadaver and live and trailing and tracking other search and rescue canine operations, as well as a firefighter in the Foothills area for the last 10 years. Also now since 2020, working with the town of Okotoks in the fire services. We have extensive training and experience in wilderness and disaster scenarios, and we have a lot to offer this community as we've been offering it so far as well. We offer certified search and rescue canine handlers, and we have canine teams for locating missing people and challenging terrains across Alberta and Western Canada. We've certified internationally in the US about 4 times. And so we've got experience and expertise in scent detection training, tracking methodology, and as well as dog communications under high stress environments. Our background in training with dogs really does translate well to working with civilian dogs, pet dogs, and towards behavioral training and control. This picture that you see there on the screen is my German Shepherd Blevy. She's 9 years old, and she's been a cadaver dog for her whole life, finding quite a few different people working on many cases. This image here is her sniffing along the top of the water, later to discover a body that was 350 feet deep in this lake. I also work in the movie and television industry with animal training. Professional animal trainer for film and television for the last 7 years, specializing in dogs on camera, precision cues, set behaviors, and multi-take consistency. A lot of pressure on those movie sets. Some of the recent projects, just to list a few, we've worked with Fargo, Billy the Kid, The Order, American Girl, A Long Winter, and one of my favorites was Heartland, working on that for a long time. That's been a really good program for around here. As well as some of the other notable credits, The Last of Us came to town and we were working with Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey, as well as Die My Love with Jennifer Lawrence and Robert Pattinson for 3 months as well, having a great opportunity to work with that. So again, thank you very much. On to you.
Okay, and my name is Romy Dupaldemers. I'm a zookeeper. For the past 13 years, I've been working at the Calgary Zoo, one of Canada's leading accredited zoological institutions. I also am an exotic animal trainer. This is me with Kila, the beluga. We're doing a husbandry session on this photo. This job is also daily hands-on experience with animal behavior management, enrichment programs, positive reinforcement training, and I've done that with many different species, which includes gorillas, snow leopards, tigers, Komodo dragons, more. And the process is the same with dogs. Deep understanding of animal psychology, stress indicators, and behavioral conditioning are directly applicable to canine training as well. They are rooted in science-based, force-free methods developed through years of working with different species of animals. Another part of what I do is I'm also an agility competitor. Has anyone seen agility here before? A few people. Great. So agility is basically a dog doing an obstacle course. They have to do it clean and they have to do it as fast as possible. So it takes a lot of training, a lot of precision. And I've done it at many levels. So I'm a coach for Agility Team Canada. And last year we went to the Netherlands and competed internationally with the team. I'm also part of the Canadian delegation that competed at the Agility World Championship for the last 5 years in Europe all over. And this year we're going to Finland in September. I've competed internationally with other types of competitions. So we've done the Incredible Dog Challenge and many other competitions that are televised in the US as well. We've done, Alex and I both have done performances where we showcase tricks, agility routine on national televisions and in events such as the Calgary Stampede, the Houston Rodeo, the Denver Rodeo as well, and so many more. All of it is with positive reinforcement methods adapted to each dog. And we like to develop competition level canine athletes from foundation skills through to international performances. So we've seen this plan already, but we thought a nice drone photo of the land would be nice to add as well. And one thing that maybe wasn't highlighted yet, hasn't gotten highlighted yet, is that in the last 20 acres of the north side of the property is a buffer is not being used so that we can keep more space between different operations. Okay, skip this one. Perfect. Okay, so the facility that we are envisioning, it will be the only facility of its kind in Western Canada. We would love it for it to be the home base for Agility Team Canada training, and a home base that would be basically giving national level athletes year-round access to competition grade courses and coaching, which is not something that's available in Western Canada right now. And even in Eastern Canada, it's quite rare. There's only maybe 2 facilities in the eastern side of Canada. We would love to draw competitive handlers and their dogs from across Canada for training camps, workshops, and trials, which would position Foothills County as a destination for canine sport tourism, bringing visitors, event revenue, and national recognition to the region. And this is my little dog, Tony Stark. Okay. The private off-leash walking trails is the area that we talked about on the south side of the property. It would be 30 acres of private trail network that would wind through the natural Alberta foothills. It would be available to the clients of the facility and their dogs. The purpose of these would be to have safe, fully enclosed, off-leash environment where dogs can explore, sniff, decompress at their own pace, which is essential for mental stimulation and behavioral well-being. We would like to position these trails alongside the highway to allow it to integrate with an area that is already experiencing some consistent background noise, which would then minimize the impact on quieter residential zones.
Thank you, Romy. So our idea sort of encompassed around the barn dominium. If we're familiar with a barn dominium style of house, it's quite something that is transitional to other operations. So our goal is to have the owner's home, the dog kennel, and the classroom under one roof. This is a purpose-built barn dominium that serves as the owner's full-time residence, ensuring 24/7 on-site presence, security, around-the-clock care and supervision for every dog 24/7. This is just a test, I believe. It's kind of, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right. So attached to our barn dominium is our primary residence, and attached to that is a professional grade kennel designed for comfort, safety, noise control, and easy daily management. Dogs are never more than steps away from the caretakers. This is number one important thing. This is where we live. This is where the dogs are living. What we currently offer is in-home boarding. This is what people want, where we're close to the dogs. So attached with that is an integrated small classroom space for group training sessions and workshops, educational seminars. You can see it on the plan. It's a way of keeping all the core operations under that one roof. The multi-purpose design reduces noise and impact while reflecting the genuine live where you work commitment to the animals and the community. So the facility design based around sound control, visual barriers, and stress reduction. Our core values for this project are limited capacity, high end, and relaxing walking trails. Very simply, those are our core morals there. Here you go.
So our goal is to, again, designing a calm and controlled environment. That is really prime goal here. Dogs, when dogs are nervous, they will get, the cortisol levels are very important to manage with dogs. When they get nervous, they have an elevated nervous system, which then leads to stress, which leads to barking. We don't want that. We want them to remain calm. We want them to be happy. And to do that, what we'll do is we'll manage sound within the kennel by having acoustic panels, soundproofing, wall treatments to make sure that it's quiet within the kennel, as well as physical barriers between kennel runs that will prevent noise transfer between dogs, as well as constant supervision, proximity between staff and the kennel area, and investing in some white noise systems that will just be able to mask sudden sounds that cause reactive barking. And most importantly, having small numbers of dogs to promote more individual time and stress reduction.
And for visual barriers, we've thought a lot about this as well, because there's a lot of really great options out there. Partial height, opaque partitions between kennel runs, block line of sight without fully isolating dogs. It's really one of the first steps. Frosted panels with solid lower walls in exercise areas reduce the visual triggers that cause the reactive behavior. Quiet zones that are designated with increased spacing and increased visual buffers for sensitive or newly arrived dogs. The controlled sight lines in the exercise yards with staggered fencing, extra landscaping, and there's buffer zones that prevent fence line reactivity. And the traffic flow around the property is designed to have so that dogs aren't necessarily passing each other, especially in any corridors, or we try and reduce any confrontational triggers. We've thought those. And moving on, this is more of our landscaped earth berms that we've got there. They're quite impressive with trees and shrubs that are able to be positioned behind exercise areas, blocking direct sound transmission to neighboring properties. Earth berms with vegetation can reduce noise by 10 to 15 decibels, and this was done over a distance of 150 meters. We can cite that, but the enough is to cut perceived loudness for up by half for adjacent residents. Solid earth mass creates acoustic shadow zones, shielding homes from barking during outdoor training sessions, and native grasses, shrubs, trees planted on the berm provide visual screening. So the neighbors are seeing natural hillside, not commercial facilities. And this will blend naturally into the Foothills landscape, as many people in the area have put a lot of work into their acreages, and we want to do the same.
Okay, community impact, training, community safety, competitive dog sports, all in one area. So on the educational and training access for the Foothills, there actually isn't a dedicated space currently in the Foothills that is really dedicated to having everything we are thinking of doing. By doing that, we would like the Foothills residents to have access to professional obedience, socialization, behavioral training, which will then reduce the need to travel to Calgary to find such programs.
Our community impact hopefully as well involves safer communities, and with well-trained dogs, we reduce bite incidents, nuance complaints, and the workload from the Foothills County Peace Officers enforcing responsible dog ownership bylaws. We're hoping that by giving residents a safe place to off-leash walk their dog as well, we can support local bylaws by having a specific space dedicated for this that serves the correct purposes.
And finally, the high-level dog sport training would be a dedicated space for beginners as well as competitive dog sport trainers, and giving local handlers access to elite-level coaching and competition-grade facilities within the Foothills.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council or administration for any questions you may have. Councillor Estes.
Take you to the chair. A couple of questions to the applicants. You mentioned that you will help bylaw, keep for enforcing dog barking and stuff like that. But you're going to charge, right? Of course, to come to your dog parks and exercise the animals. Okay. And I noticed a lot of landscaping. Do you know the water requirements of your property or what you have, and will be able to facilitate keeping all of the berms, the trees? Right now, it looks like the property is just a hayland, so that's a lot of trees that you'll be putting in that will require, and a good sized trees, not little ones that you have to wait 10 years to grow. So so water requirements, can you answer that for me? Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. That is one of our concerns as well. We've decided to go with a couple different water systems that are surface water systems like cisterns, as well as rainwater collection and trucking water services. The water wells themselves, we will be using those for residential purposes mainly, and relying more on our backup, not backup, but that's our primary water plan, is to have cisterns and rainwater collection for as much as possible, as well as deliveries.
Go ahead.
And Highway 7 is quite a busy road. I'm sure you've noticed access in and out of here. You've got a parking lot right off of there. You're aware that that is a very busy road. Thanks.
If I can address that as well. Yeah, thank you. Then we've got some imagery projected to assist with that, any sort of backlog as well as flow of traffic. So we want people from Highway 7 to exit onto the access road and drive approximately 130 plus meters before turning into another road that brings them back down to the corner of the lot where the projected parking spots will be. So you'll drive into the easement away from the highway and then turn back south, driving along the easement again to get to the parking lot, because we're aware, we definitely don't want to have any congestion reach the highway.
And if I may add, for the kennel side of things, we would have an hour drop-off time in the morning and an hour drop-off time later in the day, so it wouldn't be constant driving for clients to get to that area.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this isn't like a boarding kennel where the animals are going to be staying there for weeks on end, or it is? Okay, that was what I thought. Yeah. Okay, but you also will be doing like a daycare.
Just parks where they'll come and walk their own on the trails, and then boarding clients that will come on specific days and hours specifically to drop off. So capacity of 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Director Hemingway.
It's a very nice kennel. Like, wow. It's a lot of land to rezone from the agricultural land use district for this use. If council were to request one use or the other, the kennel use and the training versus the dog park, is one more important to you than the other?
There's definitely positives and negatives. We found that in our research of living here for the last 10 years of finding clients with dog services and dog needs, we found that there is a lot of illegal dogs off leash, and there is also a lot of illegal dogs off leash that do not come when they're called. So I don't really know which one we would rather have, if we want to provide a service for off leash dogs or if we want to provide a service to teach. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. No question. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Highway 7, the intersection on Highway 7's always been a challenge, as you likely know. You don't live there now, do you? You would be building. There may be a requirement for some turning lanes on the highway. That's a very significant expense to construct on a provincial highway. I think you call those type 3, modified type 3. So you would have a decel and then a lane so that the traffic can continue. Because I don't think that's there right now. So have you looked into what that may cost you in order to?
We have a traffic engineer that's currently doing a report on what the traffic will look like around that area. So we were going to discuss with them after they're done their study to see what they're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, all the turning movements on 7, all the way up and down the highway are becoming problematic. So certainly not unusual, but something that when you're creating a business like this, you need to be aware of maybe your responsibility to upgrade.
Thank you.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation to explain your project. Just have a couple questions. One is the dog park aspect of it. Have you done some research to find out about the typical behavior of the dogs in these parks? Have you been out and researched a few of them and observed? Would you mind sharing that experience?
Yes, so the goal with our dog parks will be for them to be in the long shape, which we have on the plan here, because we want the owners and the dogs to be walking. We don't want them to just stand and have their dogs playing and standing around. So we are hoping to give them trails. That's why we're calling them walking trails, because we want the dogs to be exploring, sniffing, like checking things out. We don't want them to be bored or stand around. So as long as the dogs are as long as they're moving and walking, it's pretty calm and quiet.
And if there's multiple dogs in each one, should they all be populated at the same time? Is it your experience that you've seen that it could likely be low barking in that situation?
So we are also, these are private parks as well. So each person will book it for themselves and their dogs. So the capacity of each park should be pretty low for each.
So it just like there would just be one family per stall essentially that they would go into, because I'm aware of a number of other ones and the people who use them, but sometimes there's objections to them because there could be complaints, but I don't know how founded they are based on whether there's something unique like you're proposing here to mitigate the barking. That might be a way out of that concern. So just thank you for that. Also, we have asked you in our Public Works has evaluated this and looked at our requirement for lot grading overland drainage plans. So is that something that you're familiar with and can achieve if needed?
So what did you refer to there?
This is something that Public Works in our staff report. We've got some commentary from different agencies, and one is from our Public Works, and they're asking for suggesting that we would have the following type of a condition that would be the lot grading overland drainage plan. And this is apparently due to the berms being proposed as part of the screening process.
Yeah, right. Okay. Thank you for your question. Just clarifying. So the drainage, what we are seeing naturally is a lot of drainage. It is a flat land, but it is constantly sloped with water avenues currently in it, which we plan on not adjusting other than for simply the berms, which can be mitigated for those natural water running areas. But we can do more research on that. We can do more research on that to make sure we've got a really good answer for that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the lower portion here where the dog runs are near the Highway 7, those long runs that are that branch off there, are those all double fenced between each other? They are, right? And I noticed that they go through the creek area there. that's gonna be probably a little difficult to fence through there, eh?
So the creek area is like a dry coulee. So it's not actually too, I don't think it'll be too difficult. The coulee is pretty smooth in that area.
And there is one spot at the bottom of the coulee along the highway that has already been fenced. So we're going to build off of the existing fence that's there as well.
Gotcha.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So at this point, we will go to members of the public that wish to speak to the application. I have a list. First off, I have a Krista Michaelak. If you wanted to come and speak, you could come to the.
Good afternoon, Reeve and council and members of administration. My name is Krista Mihailuk. I am a long-term resident of Foothills County, 25 years, and have been neighbors with Alex Romy for the last 10 years since they moved in next to us. And I just wanted to speak in favor of the applicants and their process as being a long-term neighbor. So during the time I've been neighbors, I've seen firsthand the positive impact they've had in our community with both people and dogs in our community. And what stands out most to me is the positive influence that they've had on my daughter, Katie, as she was growing up. They took time to mentor her, and especially as she was 17 during COVID and kind of cooped up, and she got a puppy. And the German Shepherd puppy, and they helped her train the dog very well. Our dog is very well trained. And since then, we have obtained another couple dogs. And they've helped her with the training of all those dogs. And she's since got her certification with one of the dogs in cadaver detection as well. Traveling to South Carolina last year to obtain that certification. In my understanding, there's only about maybe 10 dogs in all of Canada that can provide that type of search and rescue operation when the time comes. So it's an important service to offer, and it's usually done by volunteers. So she's excited to go on some treks when there's missing hikers and things and do that work. And with their support and instruction, my daughter, as I mentioned, has been able to train her dog to that level. They've helped shape her confidence, work ethic, sense of responsibility, and I'll be grateful for the role that they played in that journey. And then as a neighbor and a parent, I just want to say that they have no doubt they'd be able to operate this facility with the same level of integrity, professionalism, and positive community impact. And despite the number of dogs involved in training, I just wanted to add that the noise has never been an issue in our neighborhood. I'd say you might hear the sounds of happy dogs when they're running their agility courses, but there's never been incessant barking at all hours of the day, not from this neighbor anyway, maybe from a couple other neighbors further away. So I just want to speak in support of the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for coming. Next on my list, I've had Joanna Zerka.
Good afternoon, Reeve and members of council and administration. I'm Joanne DeZerka. I've lived in the Foothills County for 26 years and next to Alex and Romy for just over 10. And I'm here today to support this application. I want to say that Alex and Romy have been the most amazing neighbors. They have a very busy life working with their animals, as they've shared, beyond what I even knew. So you might imagine that that's a really noisy business, and it really isn't. Like Krista was mentioning, I never hear early morning barking. I never have problems with later in the evening noise. That property only ever reflects happy dogs doing their thing. And they've inspired me to work with my dog more often because daily. They're out there training. And so it's been a wonderful influence on me. I also just want to say in general that Romy and Alex will jump in if there's something that's needed, if we need help with lifting heavy things or fixing motors that don't work. These two are always open to stepping up and doing what's needed. And they're proactive as well. So there are times when they might reach out and say, hey, we want to do this. Is this a concern? And I love that because some people wait for the problem, and that's not who Alex and Romy are. And I think that that will be reflected in this business. They will work hard to make sure that they've addressed concerns and are on top of anything that might be a problem. They're really respectful, conscientious, their property's well managed, their dogs are amazing. And they're really mindful of us as neighbors. So as I say, just so pleased and so sad that they're moving, if I can just throw that in. But anyway, I also want to just comment on the animals and the work that they've accomplished as they've shared with you. These are not just pets. These animals are international athletes. They are TV stars. And they also, the cadaver dogs are, as Krista mentioned, working in human service. And it's so impressive to watch that. It's a heck of a lot of fun to see what they're doing. I've had the privilege of working with Romy a little bit, and it's something to aspire to for sure. These guys are awesome. And I think the other thing I would say is that any time that the dogs are out, they're always under supervision. If there is barking, they are on it immediately. They're managing that situation. And it's another thing I really appreciate as a neighbor. They're consistent, whether they're working or whether they're just, whatever they're doing, there's always respect. There's always a high level of professionalism in the work with those dogs. I hear the encouragement that those dogs get. There is never yelling. There's never like disparaging words, although I'm sure they might feel like they'd like to offer a few. These dogs are just really, really encouraged. And I think because of that have reached incredible heights. So I do think as a dog owner, this is an amazing opportunity. There aren't many options. There are some, but there aren't many options where you can take your dog for a private walk in a safely contained area, where you can train or board your dog close to where we are. I would love to see them be able to do this. I think they will be amazing at it and would offer great community service. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I don't see any questions, so have a good day.
Okay.
Next, I have Kaylee Clark. If you wish to speak. Wave. Fair enough. Thank you. We'll go to Dion McNeil.
Hi. I wasn't planning to speak and I hadn't prepared anything, but I just wanted to give a little bit of a character reference for these guys as in my experience of knowing them my entire life. There's very few people that care more about the community than these folks. As a firefighter, as a search and rescue, like I've heard thousands of stories looking for young children in the community with worried parents or, arriving first on scene of an accident of some of the fellow townspeople. There's very few people that care more about the town and the community than these folks. And I think it's such a net benefit for what they have to offer for a community that is increasing exponentially. And with that is a numerous amount of dogs. And if they have nowhere to go to get trained, there's no safe place for them other than public parks. And I've had negative experiences myself with my dog. If there's nowhere for them to go, the dogs will stay inside. They'll be a nuisance for the neighbors and everybody loses. So in public spaces, myself included, it's not always safe. So having a private place to take my dog with the peace of mind, I don't want aggressive dogs running up to me or my dog, I don't want to be exposing my dog to those kind of conditions, and there's nowhere to go. So, and same with the training facility. It is such a net benefit to pretty much everybody in the surrounding area, as there's nothing like it, and there's nobody that can offer such a elevated experience than these folks. And tying that into just people that care. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Next, I have Kathy Shea. Did you wish to speak?
I'm Kathy Shea. I have known Romy for 20 years, Alex for probably 7 or 8. And I think they've kind of explained what their proposal is quite clearly for me, as a business person and as a dog owner. I can attest that there are quite a few people in the training industry that are not very professional, and their care is limited. Alex and Romy I've got 3 dogs. They've looked after them numerous times, and their care and the amount of trust I can put in them is amazing. Their communication skills, their conscientiousness, and their honesty is really commendable. Their training methods are humane. Might never have to worry about them scolding my dogs. I'm excited for them to be able to make this available to people, because there really are limited resources in this area. And I think it would be a great asset to the community. I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't see any questions, so thank you. Okay, next on my list, Darla Mead, did you wish to speak?
Thank you. My name is Darla Mead, and I've been a Foothills resident actually almost 50 years. Originally, my parents moved in that area in 1978. Adjacent to the property that's in proposal, we've been there for 37 years. I'm one of the now 3 small acreages, country residential, that was listed earlier in the opening presentation. My great concerns would be obviously the noise impact that we would have. Currently, we can hear other residents' animals barking down either to the north of us or to the east of us and west of us. The concern that was brought up as well from you already is the traffic flow. We have 4 young children, young adults that are all driving, and I have a concern already every day about them pulling on the highway and off the highway. Our neighbor had their daughter rear-ended turning off the highway. Just that's a great concern. And with the improper laneways that there currently are right now onto that location, that increases my safety awareness. Another one that I would have would be the value of our home. If we were to sell it in the future, near future or further, what impact would that have on the residents and myself if we were to sell? And unfortunately, I think it's a great idea to have businesses and support businesses in the Foothills community. However, I ask if you would be willing to have it in your backyard as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I don't see any questions for you, so. And that does complete my list. Just to check in with those members of the public. I believe everybody has spoken, but there's nobody that has not spoken that wishes to speak, I trust.
If I may.
We'll come back to you in just a moment, okay? I don't see anybody from public, so yes, we'll go back to closing comments now. So please proceed with any closing comments that you guys may have.
Thank you so much for your time. I just wanted to add that we also have these 2 letters from people that weren't able to be here today. should we read them or you?
We have a copy of
You
them.
have a copy,
Yeah.
perfect. One of them is from the fire chief of the town of Okotoks, who's been working with us for a long time as well with his dogs. So we're happy that they were able to provide letters. But thank you so much for your time. I think we're really, really privileged that we were able to go through this process. And thank you, Pierre. You've been great to work with as well. Thank you.
And from myself as well, thank you very much for hearing us today. Many concerns have been brought up and many concerns we are aware of, and they are concerns to us as well. We hope to find the best, most successful outcome for everybody. And like we've said, our community matters very greatly to us, and that is the driving force behind this project. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for that. We do have a couple of questions from council. We'll go to Councillor Alger first.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the presenters, got a lot of your friends and neighbors here. I'm not sure what area of the county that's in, but can you kind of describe what your facility is right now, where you are established right now?
We're in a small subdivision of 3-acre lots. There's about 20 houses within roughly the size of the property itself, the 70 acres. It's roughly that size of 3-acre lots, about 20 of them. That's where we are right now. And we do very limited and very personal high-end boarding where the dogs are in the living room with us currently, kind of thing. And it's very personal, very well cared for. And they train with our own dogs as well. Limited clients as well.
Thank you.
Okay, and Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, thank you. Just in logistics of this, it looks like the plan for the business is going to unfold over time, but when we're dealing with a gravel road off of the highway, we may be seeing some dust. So are you willing to work on, I know you have to create a development permit is your next step, and just what may be asked of you could be something related to you're likely having more impact on the road than any of the other owners, although I don't know what they're all doing on their property for sure, but it could be that your amount and scale of attendees to your property ends up being significant to the road. So I'm just wondering if you've had any other discussions. There was no statement here from Public Works, but is there anything that you have had or suggestions you've been perhaps acquainted with on what could be done to mitigate?
Thank you for that question. The way that we've decided to work hardest on this is by speaking with the neighbors, because for the past, they've been the ones that have been taking care of the land and the roadway itself. So we actually look very forward to caring for the roadway, and we've bought equipment. We've bought skid steers, we've bought dump trailers, and we plan on doing a good job of keeping the road to Foothills recommendations and standards. Yes.
And then I have one more on the highway. As we know, certain times of the day as well as weekends, the road in particular, if you were to observe the traffic on Highway 7, if you were to observe that, could you potentially come up with a strategy, a safety strategy for, let's say, an attendee is a young person, there's many, or somebody who has issues in perhaps nighttime driving or something like that, where you have someone attending that they could have a plan B, and that you could say, okay, this is really busy, but here's another way you can, if there's just nonstop traffic and you're trying to turn left, could you do a right-hand turn and try to get some sort of a really well-known policy to any of your clients that there is something, another strategy for them?
Thank you. That's a great observation. And I think we've had research on the mapping to Calgary. There's very minuscule difference from timing of going through Highway 22 up to 22X on the west side, going through Diamond Valley, et cetera, and getting to the southwest of Calgary is roughly the same amount of time as going through Okotoks and then up through Highway 2. So there's a few minutes difference, but really in the general scheme of things.
Yeah, that or a place to turn around where it's safe.
Yeah.
or turn left where there's no other, no other traffic, some other things, or right in Diamond Valley or something, depending on, it could be that it is just certain timeframes that you might plan that you don't have people attending at that time so that they're not put at risk. And that would be something to consider. Just sometimes where we have events taking place that are compounding other businesses that are operating, it's good to know what's all happening and when it's all happening so that you realize that you're part of another scope of other things, other activities that are going on. Thank you.
Thank you for that. As well, I had one more thing to mention. We're very happy with the Foothills decision to put a traffic light there. That was a very dangerous intersection. As a first responder, I've been to that intersection multiple times. We can agree that that is an important thing to focus on, and we will provide more information as needed for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Just a question from myself. Sorry if I missed this, but how much traffic are you expecting on an average day once you got full speed again?
Thank you for that. We'll just look, we've definitely come up with those numbers. I just don't have them off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll have the number here today, but basically we're expecting to have every hour, probably like 2 or 3 cars coming in. But we're also hoping to get staggered times so that they would not be coming exactly at the same time. So it's a little bit hard to say at this point exactly how many, and also the drop off and pickup times would be only like in the morning for an hour. And some days only. And we would also do drop-offs and pickup at people's homes as well.
Yeah, currently, actually, our number one service is picking up boarding dogs and dropping them off. And we've worked it into scheduling where for Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays, that's actually a very low time for dogs to be arriving and coming and going because we prefer that everybody's at our facility already, and there are specific times of pickup and specific times of drop off, and even not on a lot of days. Probably 75% of the days, they're not allowed to show up and come get their dog because we are aware that we don't want to create a traffic impact.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I forgot, Mr. Crowley, I'm going to put you on the spot. With the road easement, is there any issues of a road easement being on for private residence as opposed to a commercial venue?
Apologies, I missed the question.
I know you did. I saw you talking over there. So when it says access, the property exists with approach and 2 properties to the north on a registered right of way. So do you foresee any issues with the right of way or the easements between the landowners to the residents to the north as when you have a right of way for a private residence as opposed to a right of way for a commercial venue? Is there any issues that way?
I think Director Hemingway wants to.
I haven't read the easement itself. So unless there's something specifically articulated in the easement, because the easement crosses these people's property, the road belongs to them. If we were contemplating a commercial operation that crossed their property, I would want to make sure that there was something in the agreement or easement that ensure that additional business traffic was addressed over the owners of the road. Because these people are the owners of the road, they're the ones that have to deal with the impact themselves. So unless there's something very specifically articulated in the easement agreement, which I'm sure it's a very generic easement situation. So they will be responsible for ensuring that the road is maintained to the current standard and that the business does not negatively impact their road.
That's the clarity I was looking for. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the applicant. Other than yourselves, do you guys anticipate any staff as well?
It'll be us for a while, potentially down the road, like someone to help us here and there, but we're taking it on mostly, yeah. Yeah.
Understood. Okay, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
You shared a number of hopes and dreams with us as to where this may go. And the next step you're going to have is a development permit application. So it will, because it's direct control, come back to council. So we will see that. But in the interim, just to get a clearer picture, I appreciate the question on the road. That was something that I was concerned about as well. And we've had situations where a business does come in and they do some damage to the road, and then the other neighbors are not happy with that. But if you're the owner of the road, it will hopefully make that, turn that into a win-win here and your efforts to maintain that. The other is just a question, if when we're looking at your next steps, what is your preferred first step and what would you do over time? And as we may look at that in terms of the overall scope and impact, just to kind of get a more clearer picture of what you want to do first and then next after that.
So thank you for the question. Our first step is safety of everybody involved. So that includes people on Highway 7. That includes people that may be our clients and ourselves and our dogs and our family as well. So our number one is putting better fencing around the entire property. This is like I said, the very first step, and that's just a safety aspect. We are putting double fencing along neighboring properties, and we're putting buffer zones with foliage as well. That's our very first step, is most likely going after these trails because it is a large landscaping project. And like I said, the landscaping is a big project. We will do a good job at that. So we want to get started mostly on that. Fencing, foliage. And to continue, step 2 would be more or less the living arrangement. Considering that it's one building, it would be the process of starting and building the barndominium, the primary residence.
So with the fencing, would you already be providing those separated dog park areas, or they would be done after the barndominium complex?
This would be done in stages. We would try most likely to start operating one, and this is just to begin the process of finding things that we also need to continue and make better for the next parks, but most likely just one, and starting the build on the barndominium, but fencing the entire property and one area that would be fenced for clients.
Okay, thank you.
One thing about the fencing is it is designated 4 foot along the entire perimeter, as well as a 6 foot high non-climb mesh for the highway side, and anywhere where there would be clients' dogs, 6 foot high fence.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one is, how do you do your booking? Will you have an online presence? I thought you would have like a secure website and secure kind of client portal type of a thing.
We don't yet, but we will. We plan on having a website where you could go on and book your own time. We have an Instagram so far that has a good following, and we plan on just expanding on those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. At this point, we'll go back to Planning Officer Curley for any closing comments that you have.
I have no further comment.
Okay, and back to Council Administration one last time for any questions you may have. I don't see any, so at this point in time, we will close the public hearing. You're welcome to remain in the gallery and watch Council's deliberations when we get to them, or you can watch them on YouTube, or the link can be found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to everyone who is registered today once the minutes are ratified of our meeting, likely next week. Thank you all for coming and hope you have a good day. Council, let's take a few moments while we get our meeting Zoom switched around. Oh, we don't need to switch around? Okay, well, let's take a few minutes anyhow. Welcome back. Council, why don't we deal with our 1:30 hearing, Deka Ventures, while we're at it. C3, page 125 of our agenda. Councillor Callister, you are very quick on the draw.
I like the application. I'm in support of the application. I really appreciate that they have a number of people coming in to speak on their behalf. And I think that the potential worries from neighbors are alleviated by the comments we heard from the current neighbors. So I'm in support of the application.
Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. And yes, have to say that I'm in support of it too. I like everything that they presented. It seems to me that they have a very strong education and experience with dealing with all kinds of dogs and all kinds of situations, which is, is one of the pluses that definitely for running a facility like this. I like the plans that they have for the property as far as toning down the sound barriers, everything else. But more so is the lack of complaints for anybody who's directly connected to this property. There was no, not complaints, opposition within anybody that's adjoining this property, which shows perhaps no concerns to this. Right next door, we already have a, what's the neighboring property is already direct control too. Am I correct? Sorry, 29. So I'll leave it. That's my opinion for now, so.
Okay, Councillor Alger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A complete 180 from my thoughts when I read this and all my thinking for the last couple of days coming through here. I just rolled my eyes and went, another dog kennel. This is going to be great. And from the presentation, like I said, just a complete 180. This is not a normal dog kennel. This is well-trained dogs, well-trained people training the dogs. I'm not concerned about I'm a little concerned about the traffic on Highway 7. We all know it's a 2-lane and there could be the need for a type 3 intersection or type 2A, I used to call it. There's a stable across the street, a public stable across the street. There's another stable farther down Highway 7. There's multiple businesses. There's a business to the east that you just drive off the highway into the guy's field. Like, I don't know what it is, but so traffic is an issue, but we just can't say no to everything that happens along Highway 7. The last thing we did was quite a while ago, there was a church wanting to go in there. And I think that's a different aspect. You're getting a whole bunch of people in at one time and a whole bunch of people leaving at one time. So that was the reasoning for that in my mind. I don't think the traffic issue is going to be an issue for this operation. So I would support it. Thank you.
Deputy Revol?
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments. I do want to consider the neighbors and I'm in support of the application, but I do see their letters and the person, the affected neighbor that did attend. So I'm hoping that there can be some sort of a communication plan for complaints, that if there were any complaints that they would go to the applicants, not to Foothills County, if there, we could kind of do that in a way that there would be good communications right up front with neighbors, so that perhaps a phone number could be available to them. Somehow they would know how to get a hold of each other should there be concerns. We may still get complaints, but it would be helpful if up front there was some great how to get a hold of me after hours kind of situation set up. The other thing is we're going to see a development permit application, and it would be nice to see if that could be specific to this owner, and if there was a change in ownership that maybe there was consideration. Maybe Director Hemingway may be able to answer any question on, there's no sunset on this. It is goes with the property, but as long as the business hasn't ceased operations, it stays in effect.
Well, yes, you can't tie an owner and an approval on land use. You can put a sunset clause such as this, they have to reapply under direct control. You can do that. The amount of expense associated with developing this facility, I think a sunset clause should be carefully considered. But you know, the problems we've had with kennels typically are is when they're sold to new owners, not existing owners. So you cannot tie an approval to an owner. It is tied to property.
So that would be my only concern, is like having it switch owners, but it is on the highway. So the impact for this coming up someone else's driveway is very low. It would be in the management thereof if there was a change in ownership. That would be the future on this particular situation. But other than that, if there's plans in place by the current applicants, I think they'll be able to handle it, and then they'll have to collectively work on, and we will see the development permit, so we will have another chance to discuss as well. Thanks.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, I unfortunately can't support this. It's a huge loss of agricultural land, a big chunk of it. Obviously, the credentials of the applicants are impeccable and impressive, and obviously they want to pursue this, but I just think it needs to be in another location. The main one being ag, and just, yeah, the loss of agricultural land.
Okay, just a question, I guess, through to Director Hemingway, Alberta Transportation. So they're asking for a TIA memo. So the results of that will come back to council at second reading. Is that correct?
Yeah, my understanding is the desire of Alberta Transportation to see a development permit, to see the details of the development permit. And they have required some study under the title of a memo. I would anticipate there will be a response to that memo requiring something, including a roadside development permit at minimum. That would come to council as part of your development permit review. So council is the development authority on these types of land uses. So that would come to council for your consideration to consider the development permit. We will ask as a condition of first reading that a development permit be issued, a development permit be submitted, and we will circulate Alberta Transportation.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else. Do we have a motion? Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair, and I would give you the motion to give this first reading. Grant first reading to the application for land use redesignation for the 70.09 parcel from agricultural district to direct control district number 26 to allow for the future operation of a commercial kennel and dog park for the following reasons. And recommended conditions for options.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have that motion for first reading from Councillor Estes. Don't see anything further. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we have a couple minutes before our 3 o'clock miscellaneous planning items. Let's go to D1, Hasty. Northwest 25, 1927 west of 4, development permit, page 158 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Another very happy, excited business owner. So council had recently granted third reading to rezone a 40-acre portion of this 118-acre parcel. This is in Reeve Seawarts Division, just west of Highway 799, directly adjacent to Highway 799, north of Blackie. Direct Control 27 has been, the 40-acre parcel has been zoned. So that's major home occupation district. And the intent is to allow for a home-based business type 3/retreat center. So this will mean this is a development permit application to allow for the residents to operate as a 4-bedroom bed and breakfast and having seasonal events between May and October, both single day events and weekend sessions. Approximately 25 events a year, I believe. There will be 2 non-resident employees and about 6 vehicle trips a day, which is why it had to go to, generating trips of about 6 guests plus caterers plus assistants. So enough vehicle trips that had to push it into the home-based business type 3. You can see the application for the development permit and the conditions for approval. Approval starts on 161. Alberta Transportation had absolutely no concerns with this business operating directly off 799 or requirements for upgrades of the approach. Any questions about the conditions? I'd be happy to answer them. But I am requesting development permit approval.
Thank you for that. As this is in my division, I have no concerns with it. We recently had the public hearing related to the land use. No concerns, or significant concerns, I don't think, came forward. So I am in favor of this. I think the conditions are appropriate and well put together. Anybody else? Comments or motion? Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to give you the motion for approval on your behalf of option 1 with the designated conditions.
Okay, we got that motion for approval from Councillor Alger. Anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor? That motion carries. Okay, it is 3 o'clock. We have our assessment department with us. So let's proceed then to our 3 o'clock annual assessment report. Manager Teresa Lemon. So this is page 147 of our agenda. Just get technicalities. Okay, we'll take a short pause while we figure out our technical problems. Welcome back. I think we have our technical difficulties figured out. So we will proceed now with our annual assessment report. Manager Teresa Lemon, thank you very much for the work you do on assessment, and please proceed with your annual report.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Reeve and Council. As the appointed assessor, I have the privilege of presenting the assessment and taxation report to you today. And this presentation starts on page 147, the agenda package that you have. I also have a slideshow of the information that is provided within the report that I'm displaying on the screens here. To get us started, I did a quick agenda. Today, we'll do an introduction of the team members and some general assessment information, a 2025 summary of the work completed by the assessment and tax team members, and 2026 tax year assessment information such as market trends and tax implications. At the end, we'll leave some time for questions. So, part of introductions. In the report, the team members are actually detailed on the last page, number 157 in your package. I wanted to start with them first today to acknowledge them and thank them for all their hard work. The assessment team includes assessors Murray, Irshik, Keast, and Soulier, and technician Rogers. The taxation team includes technicians Frey, Pinto, and joining me here today is my esteemed colleague, Tax and Utilities Manager, Leslie Fitzgerald. In 2025, we amalgamated the assessment and taxation departments. The assessment team has been short-staffed for the last couple of years, but in 2025, we became fully staffed, filling the vacant positions with assessors Keast and Soulier and technician Rogers. As further information, I'll just share some general assessment information. The total taxation base is comprised from two areas. The municipal assessment, which is prepared by the Foothills County assessors. This comprises all properties within the municipal boundaries and includes residential, non-residential, farmland properties, as well as some of the machinery and equipment from the asphalt plant, beef plant, and a few other properties in the Aldersyde corridor. The provincial assessments are prepared by provincial assessors at the Municipal Affairs Office, and they are broken into two areas that we hear commonly referred to as the linear assessment, which includes, gotta get my mouse to work. This part. I've lost my notes. Just one moment here.
Would you like to see that?
Sure.
Hello, Reeve Council. The linear assessment as presented to us by the province is pipelines, wells, cable, fiber, telephone, cell towers. Well, we do the cell towers. Anything linear that would cross a property line is generally considered linear, and it is assessed by the province.
So,
You're up here.
oh no, trying to get down here.
You're on the screen.
Sorry about that, technical difficulties. So what is property assessment? It is the process of placing a value on property for taxation purposes. And why do we do it? We do it to generate revenue to support the local services. In Alberta, across all the municipalities, property assessment is based on two valuation systems, either a market value or regulated value. The market valuation system, this typically refers to the use of sales, which we refer to as market transactions for residential properties, or market rent for income-producing properties. Market refers to the direct municipality and comparable properties. The sales and rates from the market directly impact assessment values. The regulated property means farmland, designated industrial property, and machinery and equipment. Assessment uses mass appraisal process to determine value. Every property is inventoried and appraised, applying appraisal standards and principles within the legislated guidelines. Annual assessments is audited every year to review professional and legislation compliance. These assessments are prepared annually, and every year a property's assessment value changes. This is determined by the market activity and changes to regulated rates. So moving through the balance of this report, we will be discussing the municipally prepared portion of the total assessment base. So the important dates and timelines are significant dates in the assessment world. July 1 each year is the assessment valuation date. December 31st is the physical condition date. February 28th is the deadline for the assessment roll be sent to the province. This is the point at which it begins its audit within the provincial office. On May 6th, which is today, so everyone's happy to know we are mailing notices today. You may start getting inquiries from owners and residents, which then sets the May 13th as the notice of assessment date. This is the 60-day complaint period that residents are able to inquire into their assessment if they have any issues or concerns. So with this May 6th mailing date, this year sets July 13th as the complaint deadline date. And on this time frame, you can see the associated legislation or regulations that they refer to in all these points in time. If we move to the taxation side, we have significant dates here as well by legislation, regulations, and then by municipal bylaws. And this information is on page 147 in your package. So in here, if we look at the calendar year, January 1 is the 12% late penalty. And January is also the deadline for prepay and tip discounts. February and March, communication begins regarding the tax arrears, and tax notifications are sent to the registrar to be registered on land titles. In April and May, the combined notices are prepared and mailed. In June, the taxation does a tip recalculation for the periods July to August for those residents that are on a tip payment and that are choosing this option. In September and October, with the October 1 tax deadline, September becomes a very busy payment month, and October 2nd, the 6% late payment penalty on current year's taxes occurs. In November and December, the warning letters are sent to owners, advising them that there is a late payment and that there will be a penalty in January. In December, a recalculation of tip happens again for the January to June payments. So those payments get adjusted twice a year. In December is also the tax sale process for any properties that have been slated for tax sale. So on page 148, it details some of the workloads that we do in these separate functions of assessment and taxation. In 2025, there were 15 formal complaints regarding the 2024 assessment year that were filed with the Assessment Review Board. After communication with all the owners, 8 residential complaints were heard by the local Assessment Review Board. The board confirmed 6 recommended assessments, and 2 assessments were revised by the board. And this is all under MGA section 460 subsection 1. And the regulation matters related to assessment and complaints, 201-2017. So on the workload chart, we're detailing the types of work completed throughout the year. In assessment, this is the third year that we've been tracking the volume of inquiries during the legislative complaint period. So this year, which was last year actually, because we're talking about 2025, we measured that approximately 50% of the calls that we received during this period were actually related to taxes, and 50% were concerned about their assessments. The volume indicates an 8% increase. However, the response time that we were able to apply to these inquiries did increase due to our staffing shortages at that time. So during that complaint period, we did have 2 new assessors that we brought on board, but they were new to the environment. So all of the complaints were heard by our 2 returning assessors that had experience with the inventory and myself. So this did lead to some frustration with property owners about us being not responding maybe within 24 hours, but we did respond to all of them as best we could. Of the 9 categories displayed, the assessment team can only adjust our reinspection category at the top there to balance the workload from the increases in the other areas. The other 8 categories, from building permits to market estimates, are required to be processed under separate sections within the Municipal Government Act. So let's move on to some market information. On page 149, you'll see the Assessment and Growth Market Change Report, and this breaks down the growth and market changes by property type. This chart is for the municipally assessed properties only, and it does not include the provincial linear and designated industrial information. Across all the property types, Foothills County saw 2.1% growth, 6.9% inflation, for a total change of just over 9%. And just to give you more information, growth in the land, this is for new subdivisions. And improved growth refers to new improvements and changes to existing improvements. So that would be building permits or changes that we have picked up from sales information or re-inspections of properties. And in the inflation is the inflation on construction cost and market inflation. So back to that sales or market rent. The market zone map that's in your package on page 150, this details our residential market areas within the county. So this assessment measures the market information in each of the areas, as well as the entire county each year. And then the following 2 pages, we see the growth and inflation breakdowns that details the average change by these market areas, as well as the hamlets and the large subdivisions. So on the one for hamlets and large subdivisions, you can see Pine Springs and Pine Creek and Serenity are the largest growth areas, but they are new to our inventory 2025. On page 153, the graph of the residential assessment value changes represents the percentage change to assessed values for the improved residential properties. As you can see, the 2 categories, 6 to 8% and 8 to 10%, account for approximately 4,900 properties, or 50% of the improved residential inventory. Thanks. And the market trends on improved sales under 6 acres. This just shows the median sale price on improved acreages. And again, this indicates that 10% increase year over year from 2024 to 2025. Now up on the screen here, I have a sale price trends. This isn't in your package, but this is something that we do have on our website that you can see posted there. And this is for residential properties. This information represents the measure of the year-over-year market changes between each assessment valuation year. Now we're going to move in and do some information on the taxation workload. On page 148, where we did have the workload information for the assessment, we did give a little bit of information for a taxation workload as well. So over 1,500 land titles changes were processed in 2025 by the taxation team. And just for knowledge for everyone, this is that they do maintain legal and owner information for 16,745 rolls. So this will include, in this taxation side, all the municipal and provincial rolls and owner information. And that works out to just over 14,000 owners. Currently, we have 1,800 rolls that are set up for e-send. So that is an option that some owners do set up for, and those are likely if you have any inquiries today, that would be the owners and they're that category. They're not waiting for their mail to arrive. They've already got it in their inbox. Foothills County Council by bylaw offers discounts to property taxes paid by lump sum or tax installment payment plan. There is a 5% discount for those owners that choose to be on the TIP program. And we have approximately 5,500 rolls on that program. There's a 6% discount on a prepay if you pay in January. And currently we have 1,900 rolls that are on this program. So in MGA Part 10, Division 8, it guides the process of recovery of taxes related to land. When a tax roll is 2 years in arrears, the property is placed on the tax arrears list and a tax recovery notification is placed on the land title. After 1 year, the property is eligible for tax sale if the arrears are not paid or a payment agreement has not been signed. And at the time this report was made for you, 65 rolls had recovery notification registered on title under the MGA timelines, so they're 2 years in arrears. As of that date, 47 tax rolls had a tax recovery notification still on their title. And to my knowledge, we have 6 properties that are scheduled to go to tax sale in December if they're not able to get their taxes paid before that date. So on page 154, there is a copy of the tables that are part of the inserts that are included with every combined notice. On this display presentation today, I just have a visual representation of the same information. I just put it in a pie chart instead of on a table. And it kind of very succinctly answers, where does 100 tax dollars go? And I think the answer is it depends. And it depends on your property type and the use on your property. So under those different tax categories, residential, farmland, non-residential, and machinery and equipment, the split of where those tax dollars are going is different. On page 155 is a copy of the back of the combined notice, and this is just general information. And we'll just highlight that we do have a new central phone line for the assessment and taxation team. to assist with any questions and inquiries. We do encourage owners to go online. There's answers to frequently asked questions there, links to important websites and some standard forms as well. We do have the property tax estimator, which we're hoping, I don't know if it wasn't up this morning, but I'm hoping it's up this afternoon, that will show you year over year change of what your taxes, where your property taxes are going. And thank you for your time and attention. That is the end of the presentation. And now would be the opportunity if there's any questions.
Thank you very much for that report. Lots of numbers and questions I had have actually all been answered. So thank you. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Lemon, could you, I think it's page 150, so the little colored map that we have, transitional zone map. Could you just go through that a little bit, just as far as the differences in the zones, and is it kind of like the population and the area? And where I'm going is like between zone 10 and 24, is there a large increase or an increase or difference between somebody across the road in zone 10 compared to zone 24 or 8 on the other side?
These are just the zones. This is how we stratify the county in order to measure the sales that are happening. So this is just itemizing how we break the county down into different areas. And then that links through to that breakdown where it's talking about market zone 1.
Yep.
That would correlate to the colored area of market zone 1 on that map.
Yeah.
And these are broken down based on geographic features that are specific to those market zones. Things like
one is
east of Highway 2, west of Highway 2, north or south of a river. Waterways have significant value implication.
so not the area within the county as far as like density, like zone 1 is like Spruce Meadows, Ritter Lake area.
That is a factor. We do look at them as these little zones, and then we look at them as density bands almost, if you will, as well. So that band that rims around the city of Calgary, we'll measure it that way as well. For the appraisal world, we're measuring everything backwards and forwards in every way that we can imagine, because we have to mimic what the market is telling us is happening.
So this map will change over years?
It will change over years as market information becomes available and becomes apparent through that statistical testing.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to follow up on that map, I'm particularly interested in the little area called 16, because I think from what I can tell, that's where I live. So, I mean, 11 is similar. So I'm just not quite sure what designates all the hatch marks and why some areas don't have any hatch marks between them, transition zones. Yeah.
So those market transition zones is if there's more than a 5% difference in market value, then we blend the values so that you're not having, let's say one person lives on one side of a street is 20% more than the person that lives on the other side of the street.
So in 16, for example, because of all that does that mean there's a huge discrepancy in valuations and assessments? Because that's my perception, because I live there and I know about the $12 million and the $6 million and the. I think I know.
So it depends, right? If you go from market zone 16 to market zone 2, there's only one transition.
Yeah.
But from 16 to 13, we have a significant difference value that the market's indicated to us. I believe market zone 16 is quite a bit higher value than the properties in market zone 13. So we have to blend those values instead of just having a straight line cut off from one side of the street to the other.
Okay. And my next question is, so recently I've became aware of I don't know what you call it, but it was sort of the reverse, where if someone lived next to a feedlot or some industrial or some area like that, and they felt like their assessment for resale value was being affected by that, they could apply to have their assessment kind of adjusted according to the neighborhood. So my question is, because I was also made aware of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but for someone who lives next to a $12 million property, when their property is worth assessed at less than $1 million, when that property sells, what is the radius that those taxes are going to go up, or do they? Or maybe I'm mistaken.
$12 million is a lot. I guess I would say there's going to be a lot that goes into the valuation of that property, the size of the home, the quality of the home, the size of the land.
That's what it's sold for, was what we were told. So not, and maybe it's not assessed at that, but
Yeah, one thing to remember when we're dealing with the actual sales, that's full market value. So if it's 80 acres, that's 80 acres at full market value. And if you're going to virtual county hall and looking up assessments, you're going to see if there's farmland on there, that's a regulated value. So there's differences between those two. From in the assessment perspective, we have these regulated values that legislatively we're required to apply. But the market will sell at a different value than that because market is market.
so is it true that if you feel like your assessment is being negatively impacted by, say, an industrial, area, that you can apply to have your assessment reviewed on that basis? Or am I mistaken about that?
Oh, you can phone in and talk to the assessor if you feel there's features surrounding your property, or if there's something new that's happened in your neighborhood that maybe we're not aware of. We are measuring all these things. On the listings, when you see all those features that are listed, we're required to measure those. So if you're next to a feedlot or you're on a river, any of those market factors that are going to influence the value, we're measuring them.
And so a 12 or a $6 million property as well, that's brought into it as well?
Yes, if that feature is impacting them, we'll be measuring it on them as well.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. Some were answered, but just, I did hear you quickly mention that, yes, the map can adjust and the influences are the geographic features and the values. Is there any other influencers on the map changing from the 26 zones to move those borders around? And does it happen very often, or is it pretty infrequent that that moves?
The borders of these zones haven't changed significantly, I would say, for over a decade. I think the most current one was we had one just east and south of the town of High River that's now part of Market Zone 9. When we did research, the market evidence it was a different market zone number historically. Before we amalgamated it into Market Zone 9 because the market evidence was that there was no difference between those areas and they could all be measured as one.
Okay, thank you for that.
Your statistical measurements are always better if you have more data. So ideally you want more sales in order to have more statistical evidence.
Well, and you notice the sales were down this year in the year that you're capturing for us. So I guess similar to one of the questions that was asked, if you look at a specific zone and you see that it has increased significantly, could it be due to that outlier that caused everybody to go up? Or are you looking at more sales in order to make it more realistic? Like if there's an outlier sale at a very high price And does it affect everybody in the whole market zone, or does it actually get evened out with some other sales that are more realistic in value?
We're not going to use one sale to set a market.
You can use one?
We will not use one.
Okay, you will not use one. Okay, thank you for that. That'll be helpful to explain that. And because some are worried about one sale that went through that was really out of balance compared to the other properties in the area. So thank you for that. Just a question on your number that you have for, so page 148, you've shared with us the number of tax rolls and assessed persons being owners. Can you say where that number comes from? Is that every category of property title that there is? So you have 16,747 tax rolls.
Okay, that data is coming straight out of our tax software.
Mhm.
So, and that is every roll from farmland all the way to linear. It includes provincially owned parcels, grazing leases. It's every parcel that we consider a tax roll.
But there could be more than one type of assessment on a parcel.
There can be, we do have one roll that has 7 different types of assessment.
Okay. So is the number 14,000 the actual number of parcels then? Owners?
The 14,000 is assessed persons. So the province owns the grazing lease. They are the owner. But the person who leases the grazing lease is the assessed person.
Okay.
So the assessed person can complain about the assessment even
Okay.
though they are not the owner.
So how do we get a number that tells us how many parcels there are that are, I guess, how many tax rolls there are? That means how many parcels are there in Foothills County? Is there a way to decode that number?
Well, that is the 16,747.
So those are separate parcels then?
Those are separate parcels.
Okay.
Does not
Okay.
include roads or road allowances. That's just parcels for taxation purposes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that it meant parcels and not like there was 2 types of like business on a residential property which are on the same title, that type of thing.
So we do break them down into quarters. So one owner could have 4 quarters, but that's 4 separate tax rolls.
Mhm.
Yes, there can be commercial, residential, church, several assessments on the same land parcel, depending on the use.
Okay. But you're clarifying that 16,000 number is parcels, which is what I was trying to understand. So thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying that, and that I really appreciate that. And the last one was just your phone number. Is that going to be available on the website as well?
I'm sorry.
The
which
phone number, the new tax phone number that you have made for inquiries, not tax, I should say, pardon me, assessment. So
The new phone
the
number?
new phone number, will that be provided on the website next to your other information?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, when you do your assessments, like what if there's a hidden thing? Like what if inside the house is totally trashed? Or there's a structural issue that you cannot possibly see? Just curious about that.
Then we recommend you reach out to us and have a discussion with us. That's what that 60-day review period is for. If there is something going on the property that we're not aware of, then we want the owners to contact us so that we can make an adjustment if it's required. We don't know everything. We can't be everywhere all the time. We're doing our best, but yep.
Anybody else? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking on my tax thing here, exempt rural assistant policy. I have 2 roles and one has it and the other one doesn't. What is that? I'm looking through the paperwork here, but I'm not seeing it.
You get it where your primary residence is.
Okay, but there's a primary residence on the other policy too. Oops, maybe I should. Oh, shut.
Well, it's making me laugh.
Never mind. Never mind, I'm fine.
I think you should phone your assessor and discuss that with them directly.
Huh.
They can explain it to you in detail. It's a bit complicated policy. It is hard to describe and explain. Our real rural property owners, the farmers, they know, and so they know if a farmland comes off or something changes, they know what that we call it RAP, Rural Assessment Policy, RAP for short. So every rural property that has farmland and has a primary residence, they get a credit against the primary residence for the value of the farmland.
Okay, I also have 2 houses on that parcel. Would that make a difference?
Yeah, within that policy, there's a allowance for the first residence and then a secondary amount for the second residence.
Okay.
If you call us, we can explain it to you in detail.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So thank you very much for the presentation and for your work you do. We really appreciate it. Council, I think just a motion to accept the annual assessment report would be in order. Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. And we can carry on. Let's,
How do we carry on when you live in this number 16 is what I want to know. Like, you guys don't get it. You just don't get it.
yeah, there is expensive homes everywhere we go and cheap homes wherever we go. Okay, let's switch gears. Let's go to D2. Heritage Estates Land Use Request to Waive Resubmission Period and Fee, page 176 of our council agenda. Director Hemingway, let's go to you.
This is a request from the agents for the Heritage Estates application. As council will recall, we had a public hearing on April 15th, 2026. Council refused the application for land use. This is a request from the applicants through their agents for 3 things. One, they are looking to have the ability to reapply for the application in advance of 6 months. This would be contrary to our land use bylaw without a waiver of this requirement from council. So this is that waiver that they're requesting to allow for the reapplication in advance of 6 months. They're also looking for a request to waive the reapplication fees. And they also have a request at the very end of their letter. They would appreciate council's consideration of scheduling a public hearing prior to the summer recess in July 2026. Those are their 3 asks in their letter. They also include almost a Gantt chart or a chart at the back, which speaks to sort of the timing on when they believe things will move forward. Now, of course, that's not necessarily how things will go forward, but that's their current impression on how things could move forward from a timing perspective. Not sure what else I could provide, sir. Is that sufficient to start the conversation?
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So after having met with the applicant and going over the concerns that I had to oppose this, many of the concerns, the alignment with the timing of the roundabout, the offsite levies, infrastructure delivery, and the stormwater servicing. I think all 3 of those have been addressed by the applicant, and I would support their request for to reapply before the 6-month window. I would support the waiver of the reapplication fee, and I don't know about fitting him in before the summer break, but yeah, I would support letting them reapply before the 6-month window with no fee.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I would also ask planning, what is the potential of that happening before July?
For the public hearing?
Yeah.
No, it's very, very low. I mean, first of all, we need the application in the door. I don't know when they will reapply. So I would suggest chances are minimal,
Okay.
close to nil.
Thanks for that. And just through the chair to Councillor Callister, I'm just wondering what's changed. Like, I have a letter here that has lots of promises, but you've met with these people. Like, what's the difference that you're seeing that making your change your tune from the public hearing? I went back through and looked at my notes and watched, and we were concerned about traffic on Dumble Road with, no budget for future road works. There's no drawings. You really pushed about schools. There's still nothing about schools. You talk about the amount of people that are coming into the area already, and then having a concern that this is going to bring future development into the area. So I'm just wondering what's changed other than what I'm seeing in this letter, which is, yeah, great. We can do this and we can do that, and we're doing another stormwater plan and whatnot. So.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question through the chair to Councillor Alger. In regard to the stormwater flow through the crossing, their engineer, which it wasn't brought to the land use hearing, they have a plan to hold it in their pond and throttle the flow into the pipes to control it that way. So that seems reasonable to me. It's still got to go through the public works, our public works, but their timing has been set off a bit so that the roundabout on 2nd Street will be complete before they attempt any work in there, which was one of my concerns, that they'd have a lot of construction traffic going in and out of there, trying to get underground and shallow services in. As for the schools, that's another problem altogether that they don't really have any control over, neither do we. But it is a concern, and I think it's something that Foothills County, as well as municipality of Okotoks, need to be cognizant of as we are approving more and more development in the area when we only have 2 high schools to take on the extra students. So this application is for 61 residences. I don't think that that's going to add enough high school traffic to make a big difference on an already overloaded school capacity. And what was the other last thing? Throttling of the wastewater or the stormwater. Oh, seriously, I do have a lot of concerns, but granting land use at this time, knowing that they're not going to be starting until after the roundabout's completed, was the main thing.
Yeah, I see that with their little map here, which is a good thing. There's no question about that. Okay, and then we were talking about 8th Street too, also being a contentious issue, and we spoke about, no funds, no drawings, nothing for 8th Street. I know we're doing a little bit of a study now, but so again, the concern was we let this one go, and then all these ones at the east, the one to the east is probably going to come right after that, and more to come. So I'm not taking away from the application. I was in favor of the original application. I'm just questioning, why we're all of a sudden returning. What's changed in literally a month and a half, 2 months that this guy was in front of us? So.
Been about 3 weeks, I think.
No, even less than that.
So, definitely the Gusti application will be coming forward as well. I just met with I just met with Rare Built Homes yesterday about Serenity 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and whatever else they want to do in there.
I think that's it, 3 and 4.
Yeah, so far it's 3 and 4, but there's also some commercial wishes they've got to work in there, and actually they've been talking with some other landowners to gather some more land for the Serenity development as well. So the roundabout on 8th Street is number one priority for me now that 2nd Street is underway. That's why I've asked for the traffic counts on the communities. And that's why I've asked for, well, we've got a grant for to update the traffic impact assessment. So I guess having those things done will allow me to get a set of drawings for the golf course roundabout. And at what point I end up having funding will be contingent upon our discussions with offsite levies for residential in the hamlet of Heritage Point. So I know that this area is going to be filled in eventually. I like the work that Rare Built's doing in there, and the open house that I went to for Rare Built, I had nothing but good comments from the residents from Heritage Point and Artesia that were there. I mean, there were some questions from them as well, but at the end of the presentation, Rare Built got an applause from the crowd of residents that were there. So, you know, that tells me a lot about who's actually wanting to buy these places. And, you know, there's probably 30 to 40 residents of Heritage on the Lake that want to downsize from their large home and buy one of these smaller footprint homes in Serenity. So am I serving the community? I think, I guess I am by helping Serenity out with this. And as for Abe, it's pretty much the same situation. His timeline is not going to interfere now at this point with the 2nd Street roundabout. And frankly, I need his subdivision money to build a roundabout on 8th Street.
One more, Mr. Chair, if I may. Through the chair to the planning, what kind of staff time are we talking to put this back on the agenda as far as not charging any fee? Should we be at least charging, like, are we talking 20 hours of staff time to get this back on the books
No,
whenever it does?
it'll be minimal staff time. And I would suggest from our perspective, it's another public hearing of council. So the required advertisement and of course your time, but certainly not significant.
Not for
It's a
staff,
redo.
so it's not a,
It's a redo.
okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What about the community sustainability fees?
Was that a question for Councillor?
I
Or
guess
just throw it out there?
But I mean, isn't that something that we're concerned about? And
I think Councillor Callister wants to give an answer to that.
Yeah, if I may. Yeah, definitely. Community sustainability fee. I definitely want to have a discussion about that today if we have time. I've got some numbers in my head as to where we need to go with that. Yeah, so I think we might be doing that, having that discussion here soon in closed. I'm not sure.
Councillor Kendall, did you have more? Oh, sorry.
yes, I was just going to say, I just think before that particular development goes ahead, that we need to kind of figure that out a little bit better and make any changes that we're going to make going forward.
Okay, I don't see anything else. Councillor Callister, are you wanting to put that into a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will give you that motion to, we didn't really write out a motion, but I will give you the motion to waive the 6-month wait period for the land use application, waive the application fee, and endeavor to put it back on our agenda before the summer break.
Director Hemingway?
Yeah, my request is to not include the third one, just to schedule it when it's available for council's, in council's schedule. If that's okay with
Yeah,
you.
so amended, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Calister to waive the 6-month and the fee. Don't think further. All in favor? Motion carries. What's next? Subdivision approving authority items. So I'd look for a motion to take us into subdivision. Councillor Deputy Rivol, all in favor? Motion carries. And E1, McEwen, Southeast 21-3, west of 5, request for boundary adjustment, page 179 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This is a boundary adjustment application in Councillor Kendall's division, whereby two adjacent properties, both owned by the same landowners, are exchanging approximately 15 acres. The bigger one is getting a little bit smaller and the little one is getting a little bit bigger. There is a letter in your agenda package which speaks to the reasoning of the request. And it's primarily to include the hay land and the grazing land for horses on the grazing land on different properties. It's a little bit of a strange design, but if you look at the air photo on your 188 of your agenda package, you can see that they're trying to contain the same types of landscape uses within the same properties. If council is supportive of the application, we have included a suggested a motion of approval for subdivision as well as applicable conditions within your agenda package starting on page 182.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yes, this is in Division 3, and this boundary adjustment maintains the agricultural integrity of both pieces, meaning that either parcel could still be agriculturally viable and one is not, let's say, compromised by this boundary adjustment. It seems logical that they're just trying to separate the grazing or pasture from the arable land. Perhaps they don't say, but in the event that they were ever going to sell a piece, they could sell the arable land in its entirety, making it more viable for someone who wanted to farm that. So given that that is preserving the agriculture integrity of both pieces, I could support this and I'd give you the motion after any other discussion.
Thank you. I'll take that motion right now to approve the boundary adjustment. Okay. And I don't see anybody else. So I'll call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. And motion to go out of closed from Councillor Calister. All in favor? I'm sorry, to go out of subdivision. Okay. I think you all knew what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay, before we go in close, we do have under H, we have one information item that was presented from the Friends of Foothills School Division Foundation. I'm not sure if there's any questions on this. Otherwise, just a motion to acknowledge it. From Councillor Calister, give us that motion to acknowledge this letter from Friends of Foothills. Not a letter, it's a release. Okay, we have that. All in favor? Motion carries. Why don't we do committee reports, or let's go to accounts while we're out. Any questions on accounts from those who are on accounts today? Or a motion to approve or otherwise?
Councillor McHugh was not here, but I reviewed them. No issues.
Okay.
Give
Did
you
you
the
want-
motion for that.
Sure. Motion to approve from Councillor Kendall of the accounts. All in favor? Motion carries. And minutes. Deputy Vole gives us that motion to approve the minutes of last week. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's do committee reports. Counselor Estes, did you want to take it? Start us off. Okay, let's go to Counselor Kendall. You can get us started.
You always like to put me on the spot, but it's easy this week. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On April 30th, I had the Economic Development Committee. We discussed the Economic Development Officer Laver's draft. We got into it. We didn't get through it. We got into his draft for an economic plan, I guess you could say. So that was my only committee, other than I did attend the recipe exchange. Yes, you know what I'm going to say at the Square Butte Ladies, and I did not win with my recipe, but it was impressive. So I'm trying.
Counselor Callister, committees.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, Mr. Chair. I was also at the Economic Development Advisory Committee. Many things discussed there, and many good ideas into how to get the word out about our 2A industrial corridor, both ways from Alderside. And we look forward to more from that committee. Nothing earth shattering at the moment, but other than Mr. Laver's reports that we all got into a little bit, but there was a lot of them. So we didn't quite get through them, but we will endeavor to continue with the 2A corridor. Dunbow Recreation Board, I was at on the 4th, where we discussed awarding funds through known entities such as Davisburg Hall and DeWinton Community Hall and known organizations. We had one application from a school teacher for some sports equipment, which we are will probably be coming to council for our opinion on it. It's because it's a school item instead of a community item. But at any rate, we're waiting also to adjust the map on the areas affected by the Dunbow Rec Board. And if we're going to be, we'll be changing our map, but hopefully that comes through soon and we can include the DeWinton Community Hall and alter our map to encompass some gaps in funding for various entities.
Counselor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quiet week for me. Nothing to add to the conversation.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I was an observer as an alternate to the Economic Development Committee, so I appreciated the conversation there and the topics. I also was a participant in the Mayors and Reeves, and perhaps Reeve Siebert might also mention on that. I just thought it was a great candid discussion and a good suggestion from the MLA, who's also minister present, was that we would have firsthand communication where possible because it equals action and impact. They get a lot of letters and a lot of other types of communications. That's really hard for them to get through thousands and thousands of communications. So they suggested if you can have firsthand communication with your MLA, try to do so. So that was the key there. And then there's more topics. They reviewed the seniors abuse story and presentation from the province on what's in place and what people are asking for. So that topic was very heartrending, but important to know about. The the industrial caucus. Did you want to mention that?
Go ahead.
So we've been invited to attend. You may have heard of this already. The RMA lent an opportunity for the rurals that surround Edmonton and the rurals that surround Calgary that they could meet, and they met pretty much every RMA possible in the last number of years. So many years of meeting just about similarities and concerns and ideas going forward. And they've reorganized themselves in the absence of the growth boards, which we're all very much celebrating, but that there's a new configuration based on what we have identified as a commonality, which is Alberta Rural Industrial Caucus is the new title. And that is the ones who are not necessarily around Edmonton and Calgary, but others in the province who may wish also to participate, that they are convening to have a conversation about types of lobbying essentially they may do, or positioning themselves in a way to gain attention for these specific municipalities that have a similarity to them, including the types of assessment that they have, the population and the impact from a large urban neighbor. So just wanted to make you aware that this organization is having a meeting on the 11th, and I don't know that we've shared it maybe in the past that it was under how do you say construction, and now it seems to be emerging, and it likely may be a potential committee coming forward. So we just wanted to make you aware of it. We'll attend on Monday, and then perhaps come again back to council and give an update, and then make a decision on how we move from here. Sound okay? And that's it for me.
Yeah, I just would add on that Alberta Rural Industrial Caucus piece. So they just put out a schedule, and looks like the plan is to meet once a month going forward. So it's going to be a lot of meetings, and I'm not exactly sure what the benefit is, but perhaps that will become more clear in due time. And we'll see it probably come back onto council in due time as well. I had the Economic Development Committee, as was already talked about. Just a couple things I might add. A lot of discussion about red tape reduction, what we can do to help reduce red tape and to speed up the approvals process. There was talk about the strip of land along the 2A that goes north of Okotoks. We were advised that there's weekly phone calls of interest of businesses wanting to develop in that strip along there from Okotoks up to the overpass there. I didn't know it was quite that much interest in commercial development up there, but it sounds like a lot. And Mayor's Reeves, not much to add on to there. I think that's been covered. There wasn't a whole lot in the meeting. Not official, but I did participate in the highway cleanup as part of the 4-H groups this past Saturday. It's always interesting to see the garbage you pick up. This was the first year, I think, since COVID that there actually was no face masks. In the COVID years, for every piece of other garbage we would pick up, we'd pick up 2 or 3 face masks, and that has changed significantly. I think the Longview 4-H Beef Club did take the prize home for the most unique piece of garbage ever picked, perhaps in the history. So that was all I had for committee reports this week. Perhaps I won't say it right now. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And I had CRAS yesterday. Not a lot to report from there. They're reviewing, just looking over their strategic plan and bylaw reviewing discussions. But I do, however, need a thumbs up or thumbs down because our position with CRAS is up at this AGM, and I need to let them know if we would like to continue with our position with CRAS. Thank you. So I need a thumbs up or thumbs down to refer back to them, or.
And do we need, is there a fee, I guess, would be my first question. Deputy Reeve, you probably have a lot of answers.
Sure. Well, we have contributed yearly to the cause as a voluntary municipality, just partaking in something very important to the region. And there is, a person can attend all the meetings as basically AGM and others. But if you want to be more involved, we typically will either do a committee, and we've done the board, and we've also done the policy. And so I've done both of those at the same time because I find the policy to be where you have the most input. And then the board is being a part of all the action and moving the organization forward. And typically a council member is often on the board. They don't have to do an additional committee, but the board is likely a good place to be. So as a contributing municipality, at least you have a say. And they're always asked for the board position is open to various rurals or urbans and then also stakeholders. It gives you an opportunity to participate. Something that also can happen is a partnership in a couple of different municipalities can take on one board position, and then they can share the number of meetings that are necessary or the vote at a certain meeting to encourage more municipalities to participate. Hope that wasn't too muddy, but essentially the answer is yes. I think it would be a beneficial role to continue that one.
Okay, so do we need a motion anyway, or just volunteer? Okay. Better use your mic.
But again, there may be other people that run for that position, so we don't necessarily are confirmed to get it. But she just needs to know if we would like to run for that position again as Foothills County. And then we nominate, someone to be sorry, yes, thank you.
Okay. And if we ran for it, that would be you. Is that correct?
Until my term is up.
Okay. Okay, and Deputy Reeve Old did recommend the go-ahead, correct?
Yes, and so the procedure is sort of internally as it's already approved board committee with Foothills County. So internally, it's just at the AGM, you just continue that participation on the board. And then if you feel so inclined, you can take on other committees as well of your interest.
Sounds like you got the go-ahead. Okay, and was that the last of committee reports? Okay, the CEO Payne, anything to report?
Yeah, just very quickly for council. And on that last item, I would echo the Deputy Reeves' comments. It would be important to continue to be a member on CRAS. Historically, that board was set up to really provide perspective on air quality within the Calgary Region Airshed Zone. And because that could affect policy in the future, I think it's important to be at the table and make sure that things like our ag industry and industrial corridor, some of those things wouldn't be adversely impacted by policy that could come from a board that may not have that perspective if we're not there. So I think it's very important that we're there. Just wanted to give a kudos to council, supported by Director Hemingway and by Director Saulnier on the AUC decision on the Laramide Battery Project. In the decision itself, they outline that misalignment with our planning framework as well as misalignment with emergency services coverage were primary concerns of the AUC, and maybe there's other locations that those types of facilities should be located within the municipality. So that came at council's direction, and I watched Heather and Rick put tens, if not hundreds of hours into submissions and back and forth on it, meeting with community members, meeting with the consultants representing the applicant as well. And they did a great job on it. So just wanted to state that publicly as well. And last thing I have for council in open is just a question about our upcoming intermunicipal committee meeting with Okotoks. That's scheduled for May 26th. And right now, the only items that we have on there are an update on the regional water project. And we've also got an item on the intersection of Highway 783 and Highway 7 by the Okotoks Walmart there. So those two items are on there right now. I was just wondering, does council have any others? Because Okotoks is requesting that we consider canceling that meeting.
Councillor Callister has something.
Well, I'd like to talk about the unnamed school, the unnamed high school, if we could put that on an agenda and whether it be an open or closed, I'd sure like to know what, where we're going with that.
And it sounds like, so with those items, there could be others to come still. It's a few weeks out, so maybe it's worth hanging on to that meeting then and carrying on. Okay, that's what we will do, and that's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Hemingway, anything from you? Municipal Advisor Eva Cameron, did you have anything for us? Not open. Okay. With that, I think that covers it. So we do have a couple of things in. Oh, Ms. Stanley, thank you. Go ahead with anything you've got.
Just wanted to provide council an update with the parade responses. And it looks like the town of Okotoks parade is the only one that we did not get enough councillors to attend. But we got enough for all of the other ones. Yeah.
Okay. With that, I'd like for a motion to go into closed from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. Our agenda is exhausted. We have planned next Wednesday for our next meeting. I would look for a motion to adjourn from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. See you all next Wednesday.